Good morning and welcome to round 4 of the FIM Idemitsu Asia Road Racing Championship. You join us here at the Pertamina Mandalika International Circuit for the start of the second half of the 2024 season. It's going to be hot action. The ASB 1000 for the championship fight, it's really starting to cook up. We saw the rise of the Hondas as well in the form of Yuki Kuni really coming to amazing form in Motegi. In the 600s, it was such a battle in Motegi with the new track coming into the calendar. It's going to be interesting when we come back here now. This is such a technical circuit, really hard on the right-hand turns, fast and flowy. It's going to be interesting. And one thing that we know for sure, the heat is going to cook up, but the heat on track is going to be just as exciting. We saw in the AP 250s in Motegi in race 2, the battle became a battle between 10 to 15 riders at some points. So it's really starting to close up and really cook up well. In the other modes, as always, it's always an interesting fight. Nazrul Izzat still holding on to the championship lead, but how long can he hold on to it for? In the TVs Asia 1 mix is Hiroki Ono as well in dominant form, and it's going to be interesting to see whether that changes this time for round 4. We've got 3 rounds remaining, including this one, and the action starts today with practices for Friday. Tomorrow will be the qualifyings and race 1, and then in the final race day on Sunday, we will have race 2. Join us on track. We're going to head out to the action for the morning session.
Mandalika circuit. Others will have to do a little bit of revision. There's one of them, the number 63, Sharafuddin Azman, currently shaping up as a contender in the championship, the Malaysian, former Moto3 rider, and now in for Boonsu Honda, the storied team from Malaysia. Irfan Haikal there, the number 41, who's running there with, that is Sri Hardika on the Kawasaki. Do listen out for the 2 Kawasaki's we've got here on track. I think it's 2 or possibly 3, just catching up with the entries for this round. There's Irfan Haikal, looking a lot more confident, a lot more aggressive this season, although he hasn't yet put the results together to justify it. This rider has, number 23. Sharafuddin Azman, currently lying 3rd in the standings. Just 18 points off the lead. And he's out this morning, running just ahead of Irfan Haikal and the others. Last time out in Motegi, Sharafuddin finished 5th in race 1 and followed it up with 6th in race 2. Some very interesting wildcards here as well at Mandalika, as you might expect with such a strong Indonesian contingent. There's one of the strongest, number 38 there, that is 38 is Arayagaska, the young Indonesian who burst into the ARRC consciousness this time last year in round 4, when he actually took a victory by a couple of thousandths of a second in race 2 of the Underbone 150s. He's a regular 250 rider this season, and also making a really good impression. Currently 4th in the championship with 60 points. Championship leader is another brilliant young Indonesian, Chandra Ramadipa. Both those riders, I do believe, about 15 years old. And if you listen carefully, you can just about hear the scream of the 4-cylinder Kawasaki's. There is the Kawasaki of Triodika, number 21. So looking at lap times, they've got a few flying laps in now in this first 30-minute session of the day. They'll do 3. And going back to what I was going to say about wildcards, there are some very interesting entries in this AP 250 class. A rider I don't know well, but I'm going to try and get some insight later, who's come in for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, so he must be good, is Chandra Hermawan. Chandra Hermawan is currently lying 5th, and just jumped to the top is another wild card who'll be familiar to people all over Asia, indeed all over Europe too, Galanghendra Pratama. And the lap times of the top handful are in the early 150s. And just to give you a fix of what we were looking at last year, just flicking here between 50, we were looking at 1:47s as a good race time. So that's the target there. They might not quite reach the times they did last year because of regulation changes to make the machines more affordable, more accessible to privateers. Arayagaska has just moved to the top. He's almost into the 149s. He's got a 150.098. So we will definitely be into the 149s very soon. Other wildcards, Irfan Ardiansyah, very well known again to ARRC followers, and even more well known, multiple 250 race winner and veteran of this class, Ray Ratakuri. We do miss him as a regular rider here in ARRC, so it's fantastic to see him back. It looks like with his own team, looking at the team name, Yamaha RRS. So Ray Ratakuri, and he will be in the mix provided that his machine is competitive. Of that you can be sure. So some very interesting wildcards to look out for, as well as the regular riders. All the way through this season we've had some phenomenal racing in the 250 class. We've got the familiar sight of Astra Honda sitting at 1 and 2 in the standings, but how they've got there is a very different story to what we've usually seen. Just a nice shot there on your screen of Piawat Patumios for East NJT Racing Team. He came to talk to us in the pre-race interviews yesterday. We were used to seeing him run in the 250s for Yamaha Racing Thailand. Then he went into TVs Asia One Mate Championship last year. But it's good to see him back and competitive in ARRC AP 250 class. There's Deandra Trihodika again, the number 21, on the Motul Sniper Manual Tech Kawasaki. Kiandra there, just playing a little bit with Irfan Haikal there, the number 41. And the 88 there is that's Kanda Hermawan, wild card for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. And lap time, sure enough, coming down now in the low 149s and almost into the 48s for Arai Gaska. Still fastest. Kandra Hermawan, the wildcard for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, 149.1. And the top 5 riders, the 5th of those being Galang Hendra, are in the 149s currently. The 148's beckon. There he is, the number 88, Kandra Hermawan. Although I don't yet have any information about this rider, as I said earlier, if he's riding for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, he must be good. And the very early signs here, after 10 minutes of free practice 1, are that he's going to be in the mix this weekend. Also in that top 5, championship leader, after a double win in Motegi, Kiandra Ramadipa, and his teammate for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, Ferozi Torakatula. So Yamaha Racing Indonesia are 1, 2, and 4. Herjanatna, championship favourite, carrying a rev cut due to an early lead he had in the championship. He's currently 2nd in the standings after crashing out, and rare errors from him in Motegi in race 2. So by virtue of the double win that his teammate Kiandra managed to bag in Motegi, he slipped to 2nd in the standings. Well, having another look there at Piawat, East NJT, they've got 3 bikes in this category. Big, colourful, enthusiastic East NJT team who've been contributing a lot over the last 3 seasons since they joined ARRC, and getting stronger and stronger. Early faller there without too much of a problem, it seems. Quite sure who that is. One of the Bunshu Hondas, I'm not sure. And Daniel's just joined me. We're sitting in a rose-tinted commentary booth here, overlooking the circuit. Very nice position.
Yeah, it's a good position. This is just what happened there. Like the Astra Hondas, actually. Sorry, it is the Idemitsu of Irfan Haikal.
Got Irfan down. He does need some consistency. He's looked more competitive in terms of speed this year, but he needs to put together good races as well.
Yeah, we've seen a few times he's shown his brilliance, but he just needs to make it a consistent race pace and really bring the results in. He's a good talent coming in for Bunshu Honda. We expect him to be well placed in the program.
Exactly, and there's number 16. Good to see him back. That is Irfan Ardiansyah, one of the brilliant Indonesian riders that came through the Astra Honda system. Now in here as a wild card, and again, if the bike's competitive, he'll be very much in the mix this weekend. So let's see, anybody missing? I haven't seen. He has been recording times, but I haven't seen Aiki Iyoshi on screen yet. And looking at the other exciting wildcards here, Ray Ratakuri, as I mentioned earlier, has won multiple races in this class when he was a regular rider. In as a wildcard, currently down in 15th on a 152. Arai Gaska maintains his progress. He's now into the mid 148s and still at the top. Oh, Ferozi has just, his teammate has just knocked him off the top. Irfan riding for SCK Honda, Malaysian team, Indonesian rider.
Yeah, SCK coming into the 250 class is a good step up for them. We've seen them testing with the Indonesian, with a collaboration with an Indonesian team back at the Malaysian Superbike Championship. So I think that was a preparation for this round. And I think it's a good step for them. They're a well-prepared team, have had many good results in the past.
Yeah, they got a proven rider now with Irfan. And it goes right to the edge of competitiveness, doesn't he? We've seen him push a little bit too far and get himself into trouble with race control on a few occasions, but that reflects his desire, and he is an exciting rider. So hopefully he'll gel well with SCK. We do have a few international collaborations in different teams in different classes, including Underbones and Superbikes, more of which later. Irfan there on a cruise. Interesting, in your introduction, Daniel, you described this as a technical circuit, and I entirely agree with that. Although yesterday there were a few riders saying it wasn't a technical circuit. What I think that misses the point is that, yes, it's wide, it's flowing, and all of that, but to get those last few tenths, or the last few hundredths, you need to stitch together a really good lap. There's a lot of difficult, say, right entry corners where you need to set up for the left the next time, so you need to be really precise. And in addition to that, because of the proximity to the seaside here, you need to stay on the racing line as well, because if you stray off, you might find that the surface is quite slippery.
Yeah, I feel it's technical in the aspect of just realizing how much rolling speed you really need, and to, like, as you mentioned, to shed off those few extra tenths. It's not easy on a layout like this.
Yeah, on our screen there's the Shunchen Zhang, another Chinese rider that we're really pleased to see coming into this championship. And I do believe this has been streamed on WeChat, so if you're watching with WeChat, welcome to Mandalika, and give your riders a shout. Shunchen Zhang on 156. It's safe to assume that this is his first visit here. For the TY Antares racing team. So some good screen time for him, his fans, and his team. Rosie's still at the top in the mid 148s. Aragaska just behind him. And for Yamaha Racing Indonesia also is Chandra Hermawan. Haven't mentioned Cao Vietnam yet because we haven't seen him on the screen, but he's been quick all the way through. He's in the mid 149s, the number 65.
Cao Vietnam has been really consistent this season. He's well, in a way to put it, he's ridden more maturely this season compared to what we saw last year, where he did throw away a potential podium. He was just eager to try and get that first race win.
Yeah, he just calmed things down a little bit after that, took a few deep breaths, counted to 10, and he's been getting the results since then. Yeah, and he's a real icon for the sport in Vietnam, which doesn't have any established circuits. So really, when they come to ARRC, that's when they have the track time. We just saw on our screen there, Alphonse de Guigan. There he is, the number 51, riding for the storied SDG team Hark Pro. Oh, just taking a little bit of a shortcut there, and another one. There we go. Plenty of runoff here. It is, as I was saying earlier on, a big, wide circuit. So plenty of options in race time for people taking different lines. And there, 222 on your screen, just coming in. Also, apparently after an error, that is Ray Ratakuri. Familiar colours too, that shade of blue. Of course, the number, 222.
Another one that I'm excited to see back is Galangendra.
Absolutely, yeah.
Did a season with 600s in ERC last year, and now he's coming back as a wildcard for the 250s class, and we know what a monster he can be on the 250s. Currently racing in the 600s in the World Super Sports. It'll be good to have his quality in this field.
Yeah, and back into action there is Irfan Haikal, number 41. We saw go down a little bit earlier. Just under 10 minutes remaining in this first session of the day. AP 250s get 3 sessions, as do the 600s and 1000s. So this is a learning process for riders like Alphonse de Guigan on your screen there. And familiarity for the riders who've been here before. Such a big Indonesian contingent here, isn't there? I haven't even counted them yet, but it's most of them.
Yeah, I think it's easily about 60-70% of the field for this race.
Yeah.
A rider who has experience here and will be looking for a good result here will be Sharfuddin Azman, ridden here in Moto3.
Yeah, so comparable skills needed to get an AP 250 around here, although of course it's a production bike, but nevertheless in terms of lines and this kind of thing, it's going to be a similar style of riding. And number 46 there is the former championship leader, now number 2, Herjan Firdaus, for Astra Honda, of course. Expected by many of us to win the championship this season. But my goodness, he's got a fight on his hands with a brilliant 15-year-old teammate. He is 15, I think, now, isn't he?
Yeah, he's about 15, yeah. No, it was unfortunate for Herjan in race 2 in Motegi. DNF for him. So that gave Kiandra the championship lead. Well, they didn't technically give it to him, but it definitely gave Kiandra an easier run to the line. But Kiandra was so dominant in Motegi as well. He was just brilliant.
Yeah, yeah, that double win was quite something. And he had to fight for the second one too. There is Herjan, just nipping up inside Alfonsi. Herjan, one of the bigger riders as well. So he's got the rev cut issues, the equalization of the Hondas, the Yamahas and the Kawasaki's that have taken away, you know, any possible advantage that you might expect those Hondas to have.
Yeah, he's got a proper fight on his hands. The good thing is after Kiandra's win, I remember having a chat with Astra Honda and they said, well, either way, both the riders are on top now. Herjan's in good form, so they're still confident, and I think they can be happy with with how both riders are performing.
Yeah, credit to Astra Honda. They never cease to bring through brilliant young riders. Herjan, of course, is one of them, but we've been familiar with him for a couple of seasons before this one. And to me, given his stature, he's quite a tall rider. He's looking increasingly like a potential 600 rider. But Astra Honda know what they're doing. They will move him up accordingly. They did a brilliant job moving up Adinata Putra from 250s into the 600s. Again, more of which in the next session. And the number 15 there on your screen for Victor Racing Team is Long Nan Tze, the Hong Kong rider. Shenzhen Zhang, the number 40 going through. 46 is Herjan, 51 Alfonso Rey Santos. And looking back again at the timing screens, Frozy at the top, 148.6. A couple of tenths behind him, his teammate Arayagaska. Arayagaska has just gone a tenth quicker, indeed, than his teammate. And Sharifuddin Azman, obviously heard Daniel's comments a few minutes ago, has climbed up into third on the timing screens. Knocking down the local experts, Chandra and Kiandra. Good performance this from Piawat on the East NJT Honda. He's currently in sixth with a 149.3. Last year we were looking at 147's race pace.
Just under 5 minutes left. Fastest time and fastest top speed coming both from Arayagaska. 148.5, that's the current benchmark for the session.
Speed trap here at Mandalika. It's a quick circuit, but not too many straights, but the speed trap here is on the start-finish straight, just before the braking zone. So you're never quite sure whether that is really the highest speed they reach. But anyway, they've all got the same benchmark.
Kiandra's just improved now, 148.6, so just a tenth behind Arayagaska.
Yeah, just looking to see, can we conclude anything from the top speeds? I don't think so, looking at Hondas and Yamahas, nothing to choose between them really. Aiki Yoshi, quickest of the Kawasaki's, 149.4 for him. Decent top speed, as you might expect from the four-cylinder Screamer, 180 kilometers per hour.
Yeah, you would think that with this layout, the Kawasaki might shine through a bit. It would just be that final section that's a bit tougher on the exits, but generally speaking, this track does have a lot of flowy turns, so Kawasaki should be all right around here.
Yeah, we've seen his teammate, Deandra, quite a lot. He's currently 14. He hasn't made it into the 149s yet. And Herja, second in the championship, 149.4. So he's more than a second off the best time. That belongs to Arayagaska, who has remained either number one or number two virtually all the way through this session. We've got another couple of flying laps remaining if they want it. You can just see as those riders trundled over the curb to get out of the way and look for some space on track, just how big the bumps are on those curbs. Smooth on the inside, but they do resemble concrete steps by the time you get further in. Number 25 there, first time we've seen him, that's Watcherin Tubtimon for East NJT. And the number 88 of Chandra, which is a number we're going to be seeing a lot of, as is this one, his teammate, regular for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, Ferozi Torakatula. Currently, I was going to say second, but Chandra's just bumped him down. Currently third. Best time 148.3 is with Arayagaska. There's Watcherin. Just checking results from last time out. In race one. I just had a feeling that Watcherin, no, he was down in 15th. But his teammate in race two, if I remember correctly, had a decent result. Or at Tom Nopakun. They're a group worth looking at because, as Daniel said, the Kawasaki should go well here. We're looking at Aiki Iyoshi and the number 73. Who's on the number 73? Oh, Gao Jiang, Chinese rider. But this is potentially a quick group. Checkered flag to end this session will come out. Some riders going really wide there.
Aiki on that lap went up into 5th place. Well, momentarily 5th place, now down to 6th, a 149.1 for Aiki Yoshi. So the pace is there for the Kawasaki. You can just see that's where it starts to lose out a bit, just on the exits of the tighter turns.
Yeah.
But through the flowy sections, that bike can really use all the revs it has. That's where the power band is for the Kawasaki.
Yeah, it is that sector 3, the final sector. I mean, turn 15 and 16 is virtually one. It's a long time on the right side of the tyre.
And with that extra weight that the Kawasaki has, is going to be a bit more taxing on Aiki himself and on the brakes.
Yeah, in terms of getting a good finish in the races, I think he's really going to have to do as much as he possibly can in the first 2 sectors. Again, you can see just how bumpy those curbs are when you get deep into them. Checkered flag is out now to end this session. Aragaska and Kiandra, the 2. I think they're both 15 years old. 2 young Indonesians currently at the top. Will there be a late charge from somebody to break up that picture? But the top 4 are Indonesian, and the best of the non-Indonesians is the Malaysian former Moto3 rider Sharifuddin Azman. As Daniel said earlier, we should expect him to go well because he has had Moto3 experience here. Nothing changed as that group of riders went through, not at the top anyway. Aiki Yoshi 6th. A bit of a hush there. I don't think anybody else is on a quick lap. I think that's a good job done by Aragaska Debani Laksana, the number 38 machine for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. We've gotten used to watching out for that number, the 38 and the 36 of Ferozi Torakatula, and they do call that a beauty shot for a good reason. There he is, Aragaska Debani Laksana, 148.3 for him. That was the best time of the session, and he was up there for most of it. Next up for Astra Honda Racing Team, Kiandra Ramadipa. 3rd, Ferozi Torakatula, also for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Virginatna Firdaus, Astra Honda, was 4th. 5th, Sharifuddin Azman for Idemitsu Honda Racing Team. Aiki Yoshi for Motul Sniper Manual Tech was 4th. And moving on to 9th now, I was a little bit slow there, Cal Vietnam for Honda Racing Vietnam. 10th, Gawang Hendra Pratama. 11th, good performance from Kevin Kintel for Honda Racing India. Irfan Haikal was 12th. 13th, Watcherin Toptimon. 14th, the returning wildcard Irfan Ardiansya. And 15th, Deandra Triardika for Motul Sniper Manual Tech on the Kawasaki. 16th, Nguyen Hu Tri for Honda Racing Vietnam. Ray Ratakore, another returning wildcard for Yamaha Yamalu RRS. He was 17th. 18th, Nguyen Tongan Pu for Honda Racing Vietnam. Ramaputra, wildcard in for MS Glovermen Racing Team. Warwick Tongnopakun, bit of a slow session by his high standards for East NJT. Moving on to 23rd, Breo Makasuba for Pitspike One Way in JRT Tech 2 was 23rd. 24th, Chun Chen Zhang for TY Antares Racing Team. Gauta Ang for Team One for All. Longnan Zhe for Victor Racing Team was 26th. 27th, Wang Jiedong, also for Victor Racing Team. And that winds up the practice results as once again we take a look through the trees at this stunning circuit on the southern coast of Lombok Island in Indonesia. Daniel has gone down to find somebody to interview in pit lane, so while we wait for that, We're going to take a short break. When we come back, it will be with the first session of the day for the Supersport 600s. So stay with us. You're with us at Mandalika for round 4 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
We're here at the Yamaha Racing Indonesia garage with none other than Kengo. So Kengo, you had a fantastic performance in Motegi, and we understand it's your first time here in Mandalika. So how do you feel about coming into this round?
First time this circuit, very coursework. I think so very difficult, but step by step, always qualifying, race 1, race 2, uh, step by step ready. The full gas, Motegi same. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this weekend. We're here at the MS Gloverman Racing Garage with a very familiar face, Dimas. So, Dimas, it's a welcome back for you. And how do you feel so far for this weekend for the ARC Round 4?
Yeah, it's finally I can come back in ARRC also with my team, MS Gloverman Racing Team. It's a very interesting weekend. Also, long time I didn't ride with the ERRC rider, so it's very challenging. So I hope from FP1 I can understand more the Dunlop tire, because in national championship we use the Pirelli. So I hope everything goes well and we can give some interesting battle on the race weekend.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this weekend.
It was good to hear from Dimaseki and also from Kengo Nagao. Just before, and there is Dimaseki going out on that very good-looking MS Glow for Men machine on the Honda CBR 600 RR. And going out just ahead there was the number 50 machine that became a very familiar sight last time out in Motegi. That is the mount of Kengo Nagao, who is here for Team Kenken. He was super impressive all the way through in Motegi last time out, a month or so ago. Swapping first and second positions in races 1 and 2 with none other than championship leader Apiwat Wongtananon. That's Tanat Longcloud, the number 31 on your screen, one of 2 rookies that Honda Racing Thailand have brought into Supersport 600s this year, and a very decent job he's doing for them as well. Tanat currently 8th in the standings, with the best result of 4th, couple of 5ths, the 7th, DNF as well. But a very decent start for the young Thai to 600 career. So one to watch out for, and there are quite a few in this field. So we'll just talk about them as they go through. Tanat just starting his first flying lap. And you can see as you look around this circuit, he's going through turn 1, although at a very gentlemanly pace. 2 right-handers, followed by 2 left-handers. The circuit really does flow through sectors 1 and 2. So there's Tanat. So basically a 90-degree right-hander, or a little bit sharper than that. Followed by a 90-degree and immediate flick to the left, so you have to be very careful with your corner entry, not to drift too wide out of turn 2. Tanat looking for a flyer this time. Let's look at some times we should be looking out for. Good race pace last year was in the mid 138s. So just to put down a marker this season. They do have new tyres from Dunlop. They've developed new tyres. This track is very grippy, and that means it's quite harsh on tyres, regardless of the brand. But with the new rubber that Dunlop has been supplying this year, that shouldn't be any kind of issue this weekend. Getting a bit wiggly there, a little bit too enthusiastic there. That is the number 21. That is Adenante. And there is the number 99. Nice easy number to remember, of Dimaseki Pratama, who we're pleased to see back. Rather more familiar number 32 there of Helmi Asman. Helmi took a race win here last year, so he'll be looking for more good results. Currently third in the standings. Helmi currently on 60 points, 18 points behind Adenante, who is second. And there is the championship leader, the blue Yamaha of Apiwat Wongtananon. Apiwat is on 115 points, so a healthy, at the midpoint of the season, a healthy 37-point advantage. However, Apiwat had a crash just 2 weeks ago and fractured his left wrist. Now, he is a tough fighter, but it will just be interesting to see how he fares with that over the course of the weekend. And there's a bike being dragged away. Quite to see who that belongs to. But there's a good group of riders: Apiwat, Dimaseki and Helmi Asman.
It's good to see Dimas in the mix. In the national championship against Astra Honda, he actually finished quite close to them, so Dimas didn't lose any speed at all, and that new team working really well for him.
It's good. The bike looks immaculate. So let's see how he goes. It's also fantastic to see Kengo Nagao here. I was saying earlier, he swapped first and second positions with Apiwat in races 1 and 2 in Motegi. Exciting rider, great character too.
Yeah, he looks really excited. I think, yeah, he's really happy for the opportunity. And what a team to make another wildcard entrance with, Yamaha Racing Indonesia.
Yeah. Yeah, in last time out, he was running with his own team, Team Ken Ken.
So can he go again?
Can he go again, indeed. Yeah, we have a few puns ready this weekend for various riders. We'll try to be a little bit restrained with how we dish them out.
Yeah, we've been preparing for this.
Yeah, another one coming up in the ASB 1000s. But in this very early stage, it's Reza Danica for Astra Honda. Astra have 3 riders in this category: Reza Danica, Adenante Putra and Vida Ega Pratama.
With 3 runs remaining, Kengo's chances of overall title, it's not, if you were to finish the rest of the season, that is, it's not that that high, because Apiwat does have such a great lead, but he still has a good shot at second or third.
Could be, yeah, could be top 3.
Oh, you've seen the quality he has, so would not put that possibility away.
That's right. We had a Japanese winner here last year in the shape of the rider who eventually became the Supersport 600 champion, Soichiro Minamoto. Just riding there with Dimas.
It is quite a contrasting circuit compared to Motegi, where he had a real downhill run, proper uphill sections. This Mandalika circuit is pretty much flat all the way throughout, and it's you just have a few real heartbreaking turns. Most of it's just flowy, and on the 600s, it's a tricky one, because you have to flow almost as equal to the 250s. At the same time, you have that much power on the rear tire. It is quite challenging, but it really is fun to watch.
Yeah, it is. And there is Wayne Agroho, who's Also, a lot of fun to watch. This is his rookie season, having stepped up from AP 250s, and honestly, he looks probably more comfortable on a 600. He had a really good start to the season, but faded a little bit. He'll be wanting to put that right in front of his home crowd.
Another good rider in this field that we're seeing is Fadila Arbi, under the Astra Honda program as well, racing in the national series here. So good to see Astra Honda turning up.
Yeah, they they always turn up, and they always have a say in what happens. But yeah, I've been looking forward to seeing Fadila Arbi.
Going Wahyu on this lap now. Such a fantastic start in rear run for him, and it just somehow just faded away. I'm not sure whether it was that crash in race 2 that maybe shook up his confidence a bit, but strange because he started off so well. Now he's got Kengo as a teammate, so we'll see whether that helps him in any way.
Yeah, we'd like to see him come through, that's for sure. There's some fantastic riders in this class. Adelanta's really impressed me the way that he's developed this season. He seems to get a little bit better every time he throws a leg over that CBR 600. And currently second in the championship. There is a gap to number 1, as you were saying, Daniel, but he's doing very well and looking better and better.
And he's very consistent. He's always somewhere along the top 5.
Yeah, he hasn't been out of the top 5. Yep. That's it. And I think 3 podiums, 4th and a 5th, something like that. Yeah.
It's really good from Adelanto. And for Apiwat, it's been 1 or 2 for him every single race. So this could be the track that changes it all for Apiwat. We know that Indonesian riders are very strong here, and they just had their national championship run, I think, about 2 weeks ago. So they're fresh. Their memory of this track is still very fresh, and they will have a lot of data coming into this round.
Yeah, Apiwat won't worry about any of that, but it will be interesting to see whether that left wrist injury does affect him as the weekend wears on. Be a good thing to chat to him about on your travels, Daniel.
Yeah, definitely, I'll try to throw a word to him. Now it's some good lap times coming in. This is really good from Reza, actually. This is some of the best we've seen of him this season. On top of the list now, 139.074. Adelanto is teammate in 2nd, Helmi Hasban in 3rd, Azroy 4th. The gap from Adelanto to Helmi is about 0.7. Down to after Azroy is Tanat. Good session for Tanat so far.
It is, yeah. Yeah, another rookie that's progressing really well. Yeah, I'm pleased to see Reza up there. So here comes Wayu Nugroho to the right of your screen. Adelanto Putra just behind him. There's an interesting group there of Helmi, Apiwat, Dimas and McKinley Carl Paz just behind them. The Yamaha head there that just zipped to the front of that group. Apiwat, the number 24, just taking a look round and backing off, but there is Kengo Nagao. Entered as Team Ken, but on Yamaha Racing Indonesia, as Daniel said. So whatever the deal was that he did to get on that machine, it's great to see him again after that wonderful show he put on for us in Motegi. Lap times not coming down as progressively as we thought they might. But anyway, let's have a look at Kengo Nagao. Got his familiar leathers as well, which makes him easier to spot. There's the 99 of Dimas Eki Pratama. Dimas. Dimas currently on a best time of 1:41.4. Early days yet, we're just coming up to the halfway point in this 30-minute free practice one session. They'll be out another 2 times later this morning and then this afternoon.
Good step ups from Kengo. He was in the 143s just a few laps ago. Now again improving in the 141s into the lower 141s. So Kengo making very good steps. I think at this rate, give him some time and he will be testing into the top 5s.
Yeah, currently 9th, but he'll climb up the order. He's such a good quality rider. We go back with Kengo. Easy number to spot, easy helmet to spot. And lots of yellow on the back of those black leathers. Time's not coming down as we might have expected in this session, as we're at the halfway point. Reza Danica is the quickest, the 1:39.074, and he's been there for most of this session, it seems. So that was, he set that on his fourth lap. Kengo 28, his sector times, yeah, he looks decent all the way around, and as Daniel said, we can expect him to improve. He's only done a handful of laps around this Mandalika circuit, and it does take a while, although it does flow nicely. To get those really quick lap times, you need to understand exactly where you need to be on corner exits, and of course corner entries as well.
Again, such good progressive steps from Kengo. Every lap he shuts off a few tenths. 141.6 now from Kengo.
Yeah, I guess he's just going to get more and more precise as he goes around here, and that'll bring the lap times down. Still early here. The shot in the shade there just reminds us that it is just not yet 9 o'clock here.
Kengo just trying a different line, and that was his first error of the session. It ran off a bit wide. So you can see he's trying things, and I must say for a first timer onto the Mandalika circuit and first time with Yamaha Racing Indonesia, he's just 1.5 away from Reza's 139. So it's a good session from Kengo. He's just less than 2 tenths away from Apiwat's timing.
Yeah, new circuit and new bike, which we should have mentioned, which I should have mentioned. He's going to come in for a tweak. 11.5 minutes remaining in FP1 for the Supersport 600s. The sky clearing, if anything. There is no rain forecast this weekend, so it should be a beautiful weekend by the beach. So if you are within striking distance, can't recommend highly enough coming to Lombok. It's a beautiful island. We've got some fantastic racing here, so grab a long weekend, call in for a sickie on Monday, and come and join. There we go, right on cue. There is that gorgeous Indian Ocean, just beckoning you.
Such a great location for a racing circuit. Beautiful island, lots of things to do. So definitely, as you mentioned, Barry, if you're nearby, do come down, enjoy the action with us. And after race day on Sunday, you can go to the beach and enjoy some beautiful shots of the sunset.
Absolutely, a lot of racetracks. I'm sure that one of the arguments when they put together the business case for Mandalika was to bring in tourists who will spend more than just 2 or 3 days watching motorbikes and cars. and then we'll stay and soak up the sea and the sun. Just trying out the grip levels.
Yeah, mini tanks up there for YU, but he soldiers on. Still looks like YU still struggling. McKinley Perez in comparison just improved this time to a 141.2. Good step ups from McKinley Kyle.
Yeah, YU Nugroho down in 12th. So it's not coming together yet for him. So that's Sharjun Tong for Victor Racing Team. First time we've seen him. One of our favourite riders to look out for, because he is flying the flag for his rather large home country. And increasingly it seems there is more motorcycle racing coming through the social media feeds from China. And there is Sharjun Tong leading the charge. You're not yet going to see him at the front, but he's a really professional rider, does his best every time he gets on the bike.
He's improving throughout all the seasons that we've seen him, and this season in particular we've seen him much closer to the top. Good steps forward from Sharjun Tong.
Yeah, he's hitting his confidence as well, the way he carries himself. Those asymmetric colours he's got on his leathers show a bit of confidence as well, don't they? Going to have green on one side and red on the other, you've got to be good. Like wearing orange football boots.
That's right, that's right. Yeah, it's looking really good from Sharjun Tong. As mentioned, the confidence he has as well, it is there. I think he knows if he just keeps on working for it, eventually he will get into those higher positions.
Yeah, Dilla you were talking about earlier, he's 7th in the 140s. So the Astra Hondas of Razor and Adenanta have been at the top of that timing screen, untouched so far. And we're 22.5 minutes into this session. Those times were set early.
Still waiting for a hot lap from Veda. I saw him come out, and yeah, he's just come out again. So it looks like he had a bit of an issue when he first came out of the pit lane. Go back for a bit. Sorry, this isn't Veda, this is Fadila. Same color helmet there.
Yeah.
Yeah, for Veda, it's just a question. He's missing out on a good chunk of this session.
Yeah, no laps recorded for the young Indonesian, the brilliant young Indonesian. See the ocean there. Great shots. Sharjun Tong makes his way for Victor Racing. Another team that goes way back in the Asia Road Racing Championship.
About 6 minutes left in the session. Azra has just come up from pit lane for the second part of this practice 1 session. That's the thing, Wahyu, Mikanikal, Apiwat, Kyati Sakal just going to remain in pit lane. Looks like Kengo has come out again. I think he's just made a few tweaks to his setup and wants to have another shot at it.
Yeah, well, there's the first time I've noticed him on screen is Azroy, of course, for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda. Brilliant Malaysian. Not always blessed with the best of luck. Let's get some new teeth.
Yeah, Azroy's just been had a couple of seasons. Ooh, a bit of a moment there, but yeah, Azroy has just had some tough luck in the start of the seasons. Just last season in particular, and the season before, that he struggled to did not make did not finish the race this season for both the race 1, race 2, and last season missed out for other reasons as well.
Yeah, he managed a P4, fighting P4 last time at Mandalika, just under a year ago. But we know he's worth more than that. And he started the year, as he seems to, with a couple of DNFs, so immediately looking for race positions rather than championship, unfortunately for him. He's currently 4th in the standings on 48 points, which is less than half the total of championship leader Apiwat. Apiwat, best time 140.4, down in 8th. Just under 4 minutes remaining, and the time sheets have looked pretty static through most of this session.
Yeah, no one's really improving much on the lap times. Have a few riders out on track. Mikhail Paz has just come out again with 3.5 minutes remaining, so it'll be a quick push from him. Dimas as well has come back out. The Dimas his best lap of 141.3.
Yeah, and the top 7 are Hondas.
Hondas in 8th and 9th will be Apiwat and Kengo. We'll see whether they can find a way into those top 5 positions. I'm following Dimas on screen, former Moto2 rider. Plenty of talent, experience under his hands.
Yeah, looking aggressive now.
What a shot that was with the flame spitting out of his exhaust.
Yeah, Kyle there going wide. I think that's on the exit to turn 10.
Some people are just tailing Dimas.
Yeah, I'm not aware of Apiwat's experience here, whether he came here with Super Sport, World Super Sport.
Yeah, I think it was that 2022 or 2023 season that must have done some laps around here.
Anyway, championship leader, we must get his views at some point.
That lap not significant for Apiwat or Dimas.
Yeah, this is a thoughtful session by his standards from Apiwat. No doubt making some bike setup changes. His teammate, Mikhail Paz, just gone through. And there, number 1, 2, 3 is Reza Danica Arends, who's been at the top of this session since the first 10 minutes or so. With 1 minute remaining before the checkered flag comes out, there's a possibility that that will change. Here's on a quick run here. Nobody's showing really that they're on a quick lap at the moment. Let's see. There's Danica. Came in after taking the 250 championship last year. This is his second bite at 600s in ARRC. Absolutely brilliant light motorcycle rider. And it'd be good to see him make his way, of course, in the 600s. He's currently 6th in the standings. A couple of 6th places, a couple of 7ths and an 8th. for sure he'll be looking for more here at his home track of Mandalika. He's one of only 2 riders in the 139s, the other one being one of his teammates, Adenanta. Apiwat just moved up slightly to the 6th best, but still in the 140s. Checkered flag is out now.
Apiwat has broken up the Honda party though, so he'll have something to take back after the session. I think good steps forward from Apiwat.
Yeah, he'll do anything he can to spoil the day of his competitors.
Here's Reza. To be his final lap. Just here on the final turn now for Reza Danica. Coming fastest in the session, and this looks like to be a really good lap. 1:39.3, so it's still a very fast lap.
Yeah, good session for Reza. Bunsu, Honda, follow in line astern. One second covering the first 4, it's quite a big gap.
It is, it's close between Reza and Adenanta, but then down to Helmi, and that's right, it is quite a bit of a gap. But definitely some things needed to be adjusted for Bunsu Honda, should they want to contest top 2 of the Astro Hondas. And this is without Veda setting a lap time in this session, and Veda in their national championship here.
Apiwat's just put in a 139.9 to move himself 3rd.
It is worrying for the rest of the Hondas because, as I was mentioning, Veda in the last 2 weeks ago won his national championship here on the 600s against Reza and Adenanta, so it's going to be an interesting one this weekend.
Yep, it is. Let's just wallow in the glory of that view. They don't call it a beauty shot for nothing. So there he is, Reza Danica RN's 139.074. Set early in the session, was good enough to keep him at the top. Teammate Adenanta Putra for Astra Honda 2nd. 3rd with a fast late lap was Apiwat Montalanon for Yamaha Technic Racing Team Asia. Helmi Asman, Asroy Hakim Anwar were 4th and 5th for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda. Tanak Longpiao, good session from him, 6th. His teammate Kiatisak Singapong 7th. And Fadila RB Pratama for Astra Honda, the wild card, was 8th. 9th was Kengo Nagao on his first ever session at Mandalika. Dimaseki Pratama for MS Glofamen Racing Team was 10th. McKinley Carl Paz 11th. Wayuna Groho for Yamaha Racing Indonesia 12th. 13th was Sharjin Tong for Victor Racing Team. And unfortunately we didn't see anything of Vida Ega Pratama in that session. So next up will be the ASB 1000s. So stay with us. The local time here is just after 9 o'clock. So in about 10 minutes from now, we will be back with the first session of the day for the ASB 1000s. As you can see from that shot, we're at Lombok at Mandalika Circuit for round 4 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everyone. It's Friday morning, and that means it is free practice. And on your screens for the first time of 3 today, the ASB 1000 class, the superbike class for the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And something that immediately struck me, Daniel, as the camera focused in there on Yuki Kuni, is that he's white bands on his front and rear tyres.
I think it's the first time we've seen anyone trying the hard layout for tyre options
anywhere this season. Yeah.
Interesting choice, especially in the morning session. It's just about 26 degrees, I believe. 26, 27.
Yeah. Beautifully clement weather that struck me here. Coming from steamy Bangkok with a sea breeze and slightly cooler temperatures here are lovely. So there he is. We mentioned his tyres. Let's mention the rider. It is Yuki Kuni for SDG Park Pro. Done a really good job this season. He's had in championship terms, he's done really well. He had 3 fourth places in the first 2 rounds, and then when we got to Motegi, his home round, he looked really quick, but unfortunately crashed and incinerated his Honda in race 1, but came back really strongly, which said a lot about Yuki Kuni, I think, to win race 2, sorry, convincingly. So here he is.
It's really
home, yeah.
And it's really the new bike that suited him so perfectly. I remember Zakwan and Andy, they needed time to adjust to it, and we can still see that they're still trying to adjust to it. But Yuki, he jumped on this brand new CBR 1000 RRR, and he loved it immediately.
Yeah, he did. He really took to it. So let's see now he's away from home, what he can do here at Mandalika. This is, I don't remember from yesterday. I don't think he's been here before.
Yeah, to my memory, he hasn't.
No, he didn't come here with the Asian, with the Talent Cup.
He came here with Moto3, I think, for 1 season. I think that would have been his only experience. And it's quite different, Moto3 to a production 1000 bike. Weight alone.
Yeah. It's a great shot. You can see the width of the circuit there. Just how tiny these bikes look in the shot there. There is Nakarin Tirapuvapat, currently 3rd in the championship. Great rookie season for him in ASB 1000. And getting better. He's had 3 podiums. 3rd place in his home round, round 1 at Buriram. And in Motegi, he got a 2nd and a 3rd. He was on fire in Motegi, actually, wasn't he?
He was, and especially race 1, he was involved in a collision with Yuki, so for them to fix the bike up and for him to get back and finish 2nd, it's a fantastic result from Nakarin.
Yeah, and as usual, he's full of smiles and enthusiasm, wanting to get on with the job. This is a 3-rider superbike team. Teammates are Zakwan Zaidi, the 2022 champion, ASB 1000 champion, and Andy Farid is Dihar, who is leading the championship ahead of Motegi, but now finds himself 3rd. However, we have to say this is the most finely poised championship as we get to this halfway point of the season. 7 points separating the first 4 riders. Hafiz Shirin for JDT Racing Team, who no doubt we'll be seeing shortly on the screen. He's got better and better during the season and moved himself up into 1st place. He's 5 points ahead of Aslan Shah for TKKR BMW. Aslan on 76 points. Then you've got Andy on 75 and Nakarin on 74. So this is a really tight championship battle, and it'll be interesting to see what happens. Just behind them is the assistant, but also emerging Yuki Kuni for SDG Half Pro. I think we'll see a little bit of more of a pattern emerge after round 4. Staying there with Nakarin, he's currently got a best time of 1:41.3.
Yeah, these are still early laps. Everyone just getting used to the track again.
Yeah, there's Daniel Kazmaidin, number 27 for Yamaha Technic Racing Team ASEAN. Disappointing season again, unfortunately, we have to say, for Kazma, but seems optimistic coming into this round. Strengthened the team a little bit, he said. Made a few changes to the bike. And we know he's a phenomenal rider. He also, I noticed, looked a lot smaller yesterday.
Yeah.
When I interviewed him.
I had a chat with him last week, and he said he had to lose a few kilos, and he managed to get down to, I think, about 67 kilos now.
No, he told me he went down from 68 to 61.
Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry, yeah, he was. Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Which is amazing, because he wasn't exactly a fat lad before, was he?
No, I was shocked that he was 68 because he doesn't look like he would have weighed 68 kilos. But yeah, top job from Kazma, and right now top 2 are the Yamahas of Kazma and Soichiro.
Yeah, Soichiro, Supersport 600 winner here in 2023, went on to win the championship. Nice early performance for Kazma, 138.1 from him, and we know if he's on form and his bike's on form, then he can really light the place up, Kazma. There is Eric Saputro, you were talking about a little earlier off air, Daniel, local rider.
Yeah, he's a bit of a local superstock and superbike legend. He's won the championship a few times in the past few years. Won the Superstock in 2018 and 19, and he won the Superbike Championship, I think it was 2023. So, a good name to have in this field, Eric Saputra.
Yeah, it's good to have some strong wildcards coming in. We always get them in Japan. It's good to see them coming in at the top level in the Superbike class in Indonesia too.
Momentum for this weekend. Let's go to Eric Saputra and Andy Farad, both of them having raced just a couple of weeks ago. Although Andy was on 250s when he raced in the Mandalika series, so a bit different again.
It is interesting if you look outside ARRC what they're doing. I mean, one of the reasons Kazman told me that he lost all that weight was to be more competitive in Cub Free, in Underbone racing. So yeah, it's amazing how flexible they are.
Swelling Eric Saputra now the wild card for this weekend. It's looking good aboard the Yamaha R1. So now he sits 10th. His fastest time is 1:44.3. Oh, there's a fall there. Is that for Zakwan Zaidi?
Yeah.
Looks like the helmet of Zakwan Zaidi, and that bike is pretty damaged.
Yeah. Take a look at that.
Oh, that's a huge crash. The bike flying up in the air.
Absolute.
That's down into the last section.
That is going to need more than a brush up. But Zakwan's walking away, not even limping.
It's a good thing Zakwan got away from that, because that bike went right up in the air. That looked like it was around the rundown from 14 to 15. So curious to know how that happened. I mean, a crash like that could be anything strange. That's in the braking zone.
Yeah, but good to see Zakwan up and walking. He fractured bones in both his hands in China during free practice. Didn't even make qualifying. The only fortunate thing for him in championship terms was that the powers that be over Zhuhai determined that there would be no outdoor events, so he couldn't run race 2 on Sunday. So that meant that he only missed one race with those injuries. Came back in Motegi, obviously still in some discomfort. He should be good to go now. Eric looking nice and confident.
Yeah, he's slowly making improvements, and I think that's what he needs to do. Of course, different tires for the ARC Championship. As we heard from Dimas earlier, they'll have to get used to the Dunlops. It shouldn't take too long.
Been unfortunate for Zakwan. He set the fastest time before that tumble.
Zakwan was really pushing. There was a few good laps coming in from him. But now it's Zakwan Zaidi followed by Soichiro and Nakarin. And most of the field are back in pit lane now. The only rider out is Eric Saputra and Nakarin by the looks of it.
Yeah, so Nakarin currently third, Kazma, who was on top briefly, fourth, Hafiz Shirin on JDT Ducati, fifth for the best time of 1:39.2, so haven't seen too much from him. There is Nakarin, always one of the hardest working riders. Obviously going for the Busy Bee badge again today. Get the lap times. 1:35s are probably what we're going to be looking for race pace. The lap record with Markus Reiterberger, of course, the 2023 champion, 1:34.8, around about that level. "40-minute session for the Superbikes. 2 more to come after this one. Always we have a busy Friday of free practice, 13 sessions in total. 3 for the 1000s, the 600s and the 250s. 2 each for the Underbones and the TVS Asia One Make Championship.
Yuki Kuni back out on track. Did just about 4 or 5 laps in his first stint. I think he needs to make a few tweaks here and there, and still running with the hard option. So he's the only rider testing this out. Seems a bit of a gamble for him, but it's a gamble that might pay off.
Yeah, no conclusion to be drawn yet on a best time of 1:42.3. I'm sure SDG have a plan.
Yeah, lap times so far really just show how much of a flowy circuit this is. On the 1000s, it's hard to really utilize that power when you're constantly leading through. So on the 600s, with a bit less weight, they're able to just spin the back tires a bit more and just run the bike through the corners. A bit more challenging on the 1000s. Yuki Kuni now, this is his first flying lap since coming out from pit lane.
He's got himself plenty of space. Now, if you're only looking at the bike close up, you see it on the right side for that amount of time. That can only mean he's going through turns 15 and 16. That's followed by the flick left, brings you onto the final straight. Now here he comes, up to turn 1, and I think that was Shona Shimura we just saw a glimpse of in the foreground, staying out of the way. Shona Shimura, we haven't seen anything from him yet, only 1:52. Back with Kazma Daniel, Kazmayedin. Know what he can do if he's on form, and we've got our Fingers and toes crossed that it is this weekend, because we know we'll be in for a fantastic race if everything clicks for Kazma.
Likewise, it's a good mix that we have. It's Honda, Yamaha, Honda, Honda, then Yamaha, and then the Ducati of Hafiz Sharin, and the BMW under control of Azan Shah.
Yeah, not much from the BMWs yet. Best time from Aslan, 140. He was doing 136s last year.
Running with the mediums, just at a 39.5. Best time at 39.0. Put him in 5th place.
It's been another quiet season so far. So we do hope that the optimism he was expressing yesterday will carry him through to some good positions, good racing this weekend. Trying to place him on track, because it can be difficult when the bike's close, but I think that was turns 10, 11, 12, on the left-hander, maybe. Yeah.
Kas
14, yeah, go on.
Yeah, but no, I was just gonna say, Kasper, very progressive with the way he's been trying to make improvements with his bike. We saw it in Motegi. It was a bit of a struggle, but we saw that Soichiro was doing well, and you could see him just trying to learn a few things from what Soichiro was doing. Time round for the first session, it's looking a lot better for Kasper Daniel. Just crossed on this could be a better lap time, and it is a 38.462 from Kasper. He goes up into 3rd. Again, Yamaha putting in good work, Kasper as well putting in a lot of good work.
Yeah, both those Yamaha Techni racing machines showing well. Encouraging early signs. Yuki Kuni has been experimenting with the hard front, hard rear. He's now 4th, 138.5. Times are heading in the direction we would expect. Colour coordinated, the SDG and the helmet and leathers of Yuki Kuni. Just 20 years old. Saying yesterday he went into World Championships but needed to reset, came back to Japan to build up his experience and his confidence. At the end of last season we saw him debut in ASB 1000 for ARRC.
Yeah, Yuki looking like a rider who's found his confidence and really has shown up, especially in Mandalika. We saw it, in Motegi we saw Yuki at his brilliant best in race 2. Such a huge lead.
Yeah, he was absolutely superb. And apart from the crash that he had, he dominated all weekend. He was absolutely the rider to beat, except nobody could quite do that. Johnny Shimura was exciting. Looking forward to seeing a little bit more of him, perhaps in this session, but certainly over the course of this weekend. He's got a real spark about him.
Yeah, it does seem that both the BMWs are struggling so far this morning, both Azan and Sho. On this lap, however, Yuki has just found an improvement again, 138.3 for Yuki Kuni. So it seems the hard option working for Yuki, and I think maybe the idea is just that these tires will last longer for them throughout the race.
Yeah, we know this is an abrasive surface. There is the first time on our screens. Great entertainer himself, Aslan Shah Kamarizaman. Currently 2nd in the championship.
With his new helmet design as well that he proudly showed off on social media.
It does do good helmet designs, doesn't it?
We just got under 18 minutes left in practice. One for the RRC ASB 1000s. Fastest was Zakwan Zaidi, who unfortunately had a really big crash. And he walked away from that. Yuki Kuni now setting in some good lap times as well. He's just come across Sector 1 and Sector 2 faster.
Yeah, now second. Two Hondas at the top. One of them is in the bin, basically. Fortunately, the Honda Asia Dream Racing PPR 1000 Triple R of Zakwan Zaidi. That Shah currently more than 2 seconds off the best time.
Yuki Kuni, he's just at a 37.2. Nearly a second clear of Zakwan, who's in second, and 1.2 clear of Soichiro in third. And Yuki is doing this on the hard compounds for front and rear. Everyone else has done a hard medium or medium. This is unbelievable from Yuki.
Well, we said STG would have a plan. Necessarily expected to work quite so quickly, but he's got a gap of 9/10 on the next best time.
Just unbelievable. Yuki on the new bike just looks like a brand new rider, and it's just fantastic to see this from Yuki.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's fair to say Yuki points this out himself. He's in the seat for SDG, following the tragedy that we experienced here last year when we lost the brilliant Haruki Noguchi, and Yuki is constantly paying tribute to him and citing him as his inspiration. And yeah, that 1:37.2, that's a phenomenal time. It's a phenomenal gap.
Gap from most of the session, it looked like it was going to be close between the top fives. But Yuki is just, once again, like in Motegi, he's just set himself apart from the rest.
Yeah, and in championship terms, he's a little bit adrift on 64 points. You have Fiz's 81, but he's not that far out of reach. And there he is. Oh, okay, that's Eric.
Yeah, unfortunate for Eric. I think he just came up for a second run. This bike, I think the piece of his bike, is that the engine that's come off? No, sorry, that's just a piece of the bike. It looked for a second as if the engine block came off.
Yeah, that's why I paused, just to think, might be.
Yeah, but luckily that was mostly cosmetics by the looks of it, and Eric walking away from that, so they should be able to get the bike fixed up in time.
Yeah, there's Andy Farid. First time we've seen anything of him in this session on screen. And again, I noticed hard front on that Honda. Be a busy garage right now, but that's no problem for Andy Farid. Istihar Andy Gilang, as his legions of fans and followers here in Indonesia know him. And after a disappointing round 3 at Motegi, he's going to be looking for much better things.
Yeah, and he's had a great season. It's just in Motegi where he fell short. Couldn't adapt to Motegi quickly enough. And this is a new opportunity for Andy. You mentioned he's fresh from a 250 race here in Mandalika, so he will be very familiar with the track and the current conditions. You know, to see some good improvements from him. So Ichiro has just gone up into second again. 38.046, so the two Japanese riders up on top. Looking really good for this session.
Yeah. Best and two Indonesian riders in this class, including the wild card, Eric Saputra.
Yuki now on another push lap. Sector time so far, this one not really fast from him. No, it's actually,
Yeah,
he's heading out,
in,
yeah.
12 minutes left, so there'll be some more pushing in the final stint. It's just under 8/10 ahead of Andy Farid. Ichiro the next best, 1:38.
Yeah, and he just set his personal best at 57.98, so he's only the second rider below at 1:38 timing. So Ichiro now, slowly finding improvements. Looking really good for Soichiro since Motegi. And now he's proving that it was no fluke. Really finding a good pace on the Yamaha R1. Really struggled early in the season, but Yamaha have improved, and so has Kazuma and Soichiro.
Yeah, Soichiro had the best result last time out. He was 4th in race 1. That was his best result of the weekend. Race 2, he was 7th. So we know his quality. Be good to see him stay up there in the top handful of riders this weekend. He's kind of established himself there, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's brilliant. Champion of Super Stock and really stamping his name in the ASB 1000s now. Nishimura did find some improvements earlier, but 38.7 is the best he could do. He finds himself in 7th now.
Two BMWs, 7th and 8th. It's early days, and there are 10 minutes remaining in this session. Stay there with Soichiro Minamoto. He's running mediums. The circuit is often referred to as hard on tyres, but I think the Dunlops here got new tyres. He's running a hard front, do beg his pardon.
He's just set a 37.288, so he's a 0.088 away from Yuki Kuni's 37.2. The two young Japanese talents really showing up here in Mandalika. And he's bright as well, finding a personal best of 137.4, 137.3 now actually.
Yeah, Andy coming up to where we would expect to see him. He joined the Superbike class. We've seen very few errors or slippage from Andy. It was very rare to see those in Motegi. But earlier in his career, sometimes you'd see him absolutely brilliant and occasionally make a slip, but we've seen very little of that in ASP 1000. So expect him to be on his very best form this weekend. As one of the riders he's going to need to overcome. Soichiro Minamoto, Yamaha Technique Racing Team, running Soichiro and Kazuma Daniel Kazmayuddin in this class. Kazuma currently 5th on 138.4. So the time's closing up a little bit. There is second covering the first 4, although the 4th is Zakwan. Bike, as we said earlier, is probably in the bin now. The engine will be all right. Nakarin, we saw doing some good work earlier in the session, down in 6th. And now we get to see the Ducati of Hafiz Shirin of JDT Racing.
All that was happening. Andy Farad as well, 37.1 for him, so Andy Farad now the fastest on track. Yuki in second, so real close fight between the top 3. This is championship leader Hafiz Shirin, and he's running hard as well, so I think maybe he saw Yuki Kuni going on that setup and thought might be a good idea.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of experimenting from JDT, haven't we, with tyres throughout the season. Got better and better. Likes more and more to the liking of Hafiz, who's the championship leader now. Earlier in the season he described it as like riding a horse.
Yeah, the successful run in Suzuka. Hafiz set the fastest lap of the endurance race. It was the unofficial Ducati team for that weekend with Team Kageyama.
Yeah, it's good to see this this patch in his career where he thought he might have been phasing himself out, but he's coming in really strong now. You know what he's capable of. He is 30 years old now.
Yeah, around that. And he's gonna get a wildcard opportunity in the World Superbikes coming up soon in Portugal. Big good luck to Hafiz Shirin for that.
Absolutely.
Hafiz now this push lap from him. Best time so far, 38.8. We need to find a little bit more to try and contest the top 3. That lap is a 38.4, so it's an improvement for Hafiz. Needs to find a little bit more, and Soichiro, he set the 36.957, so that's the first 36 of this weekend so far. Yuki Kuni now out and trying to push for a faster lap time. Everyone gets accustomed with the Mandalika layout there. Slowly finding improvements here and there. Yuki Kuni now to the final section. The 17-turn Circuit Mandalika. Of course, it's not a very fast lap by his standards, a 38.8. Should be this lap coming through. Hasan Shah in a good position there. Take a few things away from Yuki Kuni. Andy Farad now, 136.6, so the lap times really dropping down. What looked like a real close battle was under 2/10 between the top 3 now. It's just over half a second between the 3 of them. Andy, Soichiro and Yuki. Yuki now on this push lap. The only rider besides Hafiz running the hards. Lap times of Yuki coming through there on the bottom right of your screens. As well, this should be a decent lap coming in from Hasan Shah. Both Yuki and Nazla now as they was right in tandem through the final sections of this circuit. Sector 13 and 14 for Yuki Kuni for the final rundown into the final hairpin. Andy Farad's actually improving again, so keep an eye out for Andy Farad's lap time. He's gonna might improve further. For now, this is Yuki's lap and Hasan Shah. Yuki, no improvements in any of the sectors, and he's slower through sector 2 and 3 than Andy. This won't be a fast one again from Yuki, a 38.2. Hassan Shah looked like he lost pace somewhere, and it's 42, so it must have been a mistake from Hassan Shah somewhere. Andy Farid came across with another 36.6, so Andy super consistent in that very fast lap time. Hafiz as well finding improvements. Hafiz Sharin and JDT Racing go up into 4th place. Two and a half minutes left in practice, and this is Yuki's final push for the session.
So for SDG Hart Pro, Yuki Kuni making those hard Dunlops work well for him. Around Mandalika, and Hafiz Sharin making the hard tyres work too. And it's been a good session for Andy Farid, who a bit quiet in the early stages, but then has come through. Best time 1:36.6, and there, just down there, and with a bit of a painful gait there, is Hafiz Sharin. Took a little bit of a knock perhaps, although he thinks he can pick up that Ducati on his own, which he pretty much can. Marshall's coming to help. So a late crash then, no doubt resulting from a late push. Oh, yeah, we just missed what happened there, but bike went straight on into the gravel. I think that's the kind of knock that somebody as fit as Hafiz Sharin can walk off. Of course, he will still be feeling some fatigue from the Suzuka 8 Hours, which was last weekend. But here is the fastest man of the session so far. Andy Farid is the seconds tick down. He put in a good sector 1, very decent sector 2, quick sector 3. Now he's got to hustle that Honda through the final part of the lap. They're in turn 16 now. Pick it up, flick it left, and fire it onto the home straight. Last time round for Andy Farid. No, should have been an improvement for him. 136.5. Yeah, it was a slight improvement for Andy. That keeps him top. Crossing the line there is Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman, second in the championship in that tight battle. Just 5 points behind Hafiz Sharin. Another view across the bay to the mountains. Doesn't that beach look tempting? As we said earlier, if you're anywhere within striking distance or an easy flight distance of Lombok Island, do come along. It's the most gorgeous place to hang out. And there is going to be some fantastic racing this weekend too. Good sessions from the two Japanese riders, Soichiro and Yuki, on Yamaha and Honda respectively. Panned out nicely to that shot. Think of anywhere else you would rather be. Just wait for the last riders to come up and we'll take a look at the confirmed results, or confirmed provisional results, because in theory there could be protests. We're not expecting anything, of course. That was a a pretty clean session and a good session for Andy Farid Izdihar. 136.546 bagged him the fastest time of the session. For Yamaha Technic Racing Team, Soichiro Minamoto was second, and Yuki Kuni for SDG Team Hark Pro was third. Hafiz Shirin, who had that late crash for JDT Racing Team, was fourth. Fifth, Zakwan Zaidi, who crashed heavily mid-session, but been doing well up until then. Nakarina Tirapuvapat for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astimo was sixth. Seventh, Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin, and eighth, Sho Nishimura, a winner of race 1 last time at Motegi. Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman second in the championship for TKKR BMW was 9th. 10th, Lachlan Epis for Evolution Sports, his best time 142.1. He went well here last year. Eric Saputra, another crasher in this session for Yamaha Carglass, 11th. 12th, Osama Murray, 150, and there was no time recorded for Chiu Zhou for Savitar ESG Team Asia. So we've had the AP 250s, we've had the Supersport 600s, we've had the ASB 1000. Daniel is down in pit lane with an interview for us, so we're going to go down to him. Just while we wait for Daniel, when we come back after this short break between sessions, it'll be with the Underbone 150s. As always, plenty to talk about with those.
So we're at the race tech garage now with YUIG. So YU, we noticed for the home race you have 3 riders this time, including yourself. Is there a new team tactic for this run or not?
No, Hafiz Pratama is only that we give chance for national championship. So I hope Hafiz can race with the best.
Thank you so much, YU. Good luck for this weekend and good luck to your team.
Yeah, thank you.
Your replacement rider for this round, are we expecting to see you for the rest of the season or just for Mandalika round 4?
Bagi saya, round ni saya akan cuba yang terbaik untuk melakukan main lebih lagi untuk national season insyaAllah.
Thank you. Good luck for this weekend.
Welcome back to Mandalika. We are here for round 4 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And that barking and snarling you can hear on circuit is the Underbone 150s. Their first session of the day, first of 2 sessions. They join the circuit for their outlap. Some trundling and looking around before they get down to business, as we often see in this class. I think I saw Murabil Bitoni for LFNH Putra, one of a galaxy of brilliant Indonesians in this championship, coming out first. It's a really good view there through turns 5 and 6. Just looking at a different map that's got different numbering on, sorry about that, but that is in the second sector, the end of the first sector, sorry. That 157, that was Murabil Bitoni, who I just mentioned. Pick out some of the riders here. Well, let's pick out the easy ones. Let's pick out the green bike that just went through. That's one of 3 Racetech 60 machines that are competing this weekend. Racetech 60 is the team owned and managed by double Underbone champion Wahyu Trilaksana, of course from Indonesia. Has his own team as of last season. He brought his own team into the Asia Road Racing Championship, and he's got with him a rider who debuted here last year as a wild card, Aditya Fauzi. Aditya is in for the full season and doing a fantastic job as well. He is currently 3rd in the standings and coming off the back of a brilliant P2 in race 2 at Motegi. Aditya Fauzi, very much one of the emerging stars of this Underbone category. I think that was him just going through there. Quite a lot of wild cards here, so let's take some time to familiarise ourselves with some of the less familiar names. Daniel was talking earlier on to Alif Daniel Asri, who's in for Uma Racing Philippines, Malaysian rider in for Uma Racing Philippines, who talking in earlier in the session. There's a lot more of an international feel to the way that the teams are formed now. One of the earlier ones, in fact, was in this category when Gibita Krishna, another double Underbone champion, probably 3 years ago now, went to a Filipino team and is still there. There on your screen, leading the way, as he does indeed in the championship, with that big #1 on the front. Nazrul Izzat Bahudin, defending champion, and defending it mightily he is too. He has a 14-point lead in the championship as we move into the second half of the season this weekend at Mandalika. A bit of argy-bargy there, early doors from Pirapong. That's the number 14 there for team One for All. And the rider just behind him, I couldn't quite make out. There is the number 178, that is Kiki Sudirman Manurung, Indonesian wildcard. And there we have the familiar number 27 of Giancarlo Maurizio, Filipino rider, just being passed there by Rekat Yusuf. Two of the riders getting right out of the way there, including Masato Fernando, who came back to Underbones this season. good to see him back. He's in for G-Ren Kobe Motor Oil. They had a few mechanical problems earlier in the season, but getting better, looked good last time out at Motegi. And there is John Emerson Ingito, another one of the Filipino riders, really exciting racer. That there is his teammate. Sorry, not his teammate, his compatriot. Commentary box getting a little bit full here now, but we're looking at Rekat Yusuf Padilla, the number 32. He's running with Giancarlo Maurizio. He'll be looking for a better result after not such a great ride last time. And the number 22 on your screen there is with, and that's the number, I'm not quite sure what number I want to reveal here on your screen, of Barry Russell. Happy to be in the commentary box and great to see some colleagues here. Now you know why they keep me on the other side of the camera. But at the top of this session is on a 154 is Akir Aziz. Akir Aziz changed. Anything too serious there? For pitch bike one-way JRT, Akir Aziz is at the top. And we're switching there to another one of the exciting riders here, that's Fahmi Bassam. Daniel, this is a rider that you quite fancy in this championship.
Yeah, I think Fahmi's has been really brilliant, consistent, and he has that instinct when it comes to underbone racing.
Here we've got some of the new riders here. Ricky Ibrahim was the number 127. You just saw there. Fahmi Bassam goes through. The number 69 is another wild card. Al Diaz Axal is mayor. So as expected, underbone racing is a massive sport in Indonesia, so it's no surprise to see too many wild cards that I can count from the entry list right now. But there is Al Diaz Axel, the number 69, and Ricky Ibrahim, number 127. Join them. Disney Zainal, currently P2 with a 155. Akir Aziz on a 154.9, already into really quick lap time territory. Husni chasing him closely, 0.4 of a second behind. Fahmi also there, Murabil for LFNH Putra on 155.65. Al Diaz. It's like we've got some quick wildcards in the mix this weekend, Daniel.
We do. A lot of these riders were just racing underbones as well just a couple of weeks ago, similar to Ani, the 250s, and Husni really showing up now. Husni is a wildcard, Hafid Pratamaditya, Iki Sudarman as well, Shiraz Shalki, Rizal Feryadi, a few of the wildcards.
And a lot of them in the top of the time, near the top of the timing screens at the moment. So featuring, looking for the regulars now, Aditya Fauzi, currently third in the standings, having a brilliant debut season, full debut season. He did wildcard here last year in round 4 at Mandalika. Sato Fernando there, the number 17 for the G-Ren Mobi team, and 202 Dimas Juliet Moko running with him. Noticed that Masato Fernando has a huge number 17 on his back, which is a move that I heartily applaud. It's all about colours, numbers, helmet colours. There is Dimas Juli, team one for all. Change of team for him this season. Previously we saw him running for LFNH Putra, And the Filipino, Masato Fernando, who we've welcomed back this season, just behind him. Fahmi Bassam now at the top, 154.5.
Yeah, in the top 10 right now, the only non-Indonesian rider is Akid Aziz. He's the only one splitting the party up. He's in brilliant form. Last season, towards the end of last season, we saw how good Akid can be. This season, it was a bit of a tough start for Akid.
Yeah, change of team. Probably contributed something to that, but there on your screen is one of the easiest teams to spot anyway, 177 Aditya Fauzi. Looked very, very positive, very bouncy, very cheerful. When we talked to him yesterday, he's going to put in another good performance this weekend. I mean, and he came storming in with 2 good races here last year, which included a 4th in race 2. And he's only gotten better since then. What else can we pull out here? John M saying Gito down in 16th. FIFAM ran. Or pits bike one way. Down in 17th. Nazrul looked like he had a mechanical problem. He's in the pits at the moment, so we haven't seen too much from him yet. We're staying with Aditya Fauzi. We're going to be seeing a lot of him this weekend. He gets out of the way to let Dimas Juli go on through. Possibly a stop coming up for him. Here's another slow group with Murabul Vitoni trying to make his way through them. Not the best situation if you're on a fast lap to come across a whole group of bikes like that. And there's a nice shot of how do you maximize the top speed in a straight line, tucking really deep.
Yeah, it just took Murabel as well that lap up into 3rd, pushing Aditya Fauzi down into 4th. Got a bunch of riders coming back into pit lane now. Currently we have 3 of the wildcards in the top 10. Husni Zainul, Aldiaz Aksal and Rizal Feryadi.
Yeah, Murabul Vitoni that we're looking at there, currently 4th in the standings. He's got 49 points. On top is Nazrul with 77. But a rider that we've seen come through from being very quick from the very start, the very first time we saw him, to being a really good racer now. Best result this season was a podium in race 2, round 1 at Chang International. He finished 3rd. I'll be surprised if that's the last time we see him on the podium this season. He's going quiet out there, isn't it?
Yeah, I think right now there's only 3 riders who are out on track.
Yeah, absolutely mid-session. That's a great shot there of a busy pit lane. We'll see through the heat haze there. The number 53 bike, Rizal Feryadi. It's from Merrick Race Tech Racing Team.
Looks like Murabel Vitoni is also going to head back into pit lane, so as expected about mid-session, everyone's going to be making some adjustments for the final push.
Yeah, looks like Rizal is ready to go again. On the pit lane limiter, we just heard Murabul Vitoni come in on the LFNH Putra Yamaha. Oh, there is another bike out there. I should have popped my head up and seen who that was.
Yeah, but looks like it's Wayaji, Kiki, Sudarman, Shafiq and Alif Daniel. That's a beautiful sign there. Welcome to Sakya Beach.
Yeah. Very nice, and people walking across the top there. There is a really nice breeze for hikers. A lot of the riders we talked to cite concerns about crosswinds here.
Yeah, especially in Underbones, they will really feel that.
Yeah, you can see just the way the palm trees are shaped there. They look very kind of wind blown off the sea, don't they?
Yes, right now for the session we have just 13.5 minutes left. Still only 4 riders out on track.
Yeah, we've got 4 regular riders at the top. Palmy, Akid, Murabil and Aditya. Got 3 wild cards. Wayuaji Triliksana looking for the notables. He's in 10th on 156.2, 1.6 seconds off the best time. Faris Putra, the Malaysian rider, slightly slower than him. Bajrul Sham for Cardinals, 156.4. The times that these riders get from the combined times from this session and the next one, we'll put them in order for qualifying 1 and qualifying 2 tomorrow morning. Got a 26 rider field, so yeah, they'll be split into 2 groups, I guess, of 13. Rizal Feriadi, who looked keen to come out earlier. Finally he's got his wish, but he's doing it alone. Don't worry about the others, just pin it. What a nice easy bike to spot that is too. High vis yellow.
Properly striking colour.
Absolutely, yeah.
As of right now we still just have the new edition of Rizal Feriadi onto the track. The rest of the grid still back in pit lane, making some adjustments.
Rizal getting straight down to a proper outlap. Looks like he's on fresh tyres as well. These Underbones for the last few seasons, of course, have been running Dunlop Moto 3 tyres, or what were Dunlop Moto 3 tyres. They changed the tyre provider in World Championship. But the slicks did make a difference when they brought them in 3 or 4 years ago. Who else have we got there just ahead of Rizal?
Yeah, we saw the changes that the slick tires gave in the 250s and the Underbones. So it gives the riders just a bit more confidence, just a bit more grip around the turns. And it really did reflect in lap times.
Stop coming there. I think that is Kiki Suderman. Yeah, Rizal currently 7th. Very respectable 155.8 as his best time. And this will be his first flying lap. He's just starting of this final stint, just over 10 minutes remaining before the end of this 30-minute session. One more this afternoon, and then, as I was saying a few moments ago, the combined times from the 2 sessions will determine whether they go into qualifying 1 or qualifying 2 tomorrow morning.
Just hit the 10-minute mark for the final bit of practice 1, and we have the majority of the grid coming back out on track, so you will see a large group of riders riding together. No significant time set by Shafiq Rosli, Alitano, or Gubita Kresna. He's coming out right now there on screen.
Yeah, I was just looking for the number 23. He hasn't recorded a time yet. This is going to be a short session for the former champion. Current champion, Nazrul, who just went through. There he is, number 23, riding for S1M, Filipino team. This is the 3rd season. They've had the Indonesian, Gupita Krishna, in their ranks. Kubido looking really strong. Number 22 is his Filipino teammate, John Emerson Ingito, cruising along there.
As of right now, Fabio Assam still the fastest rider on track, 154.588. He's still in pit lane for now. Akiraze is coming out. Verbil as well to try and find some improvements, try and get into the lower 154s. In case you guys were wondering about top speeds, the fastest we've had in the speed trap, which is at the front straight, as you mentioned, Barry. It's a 159 kph. So I suspect it might be a bit faster towards the last turn. There's a bit of a run. They are flowing through. But then this is where the speed trap is, a 159.3.
Yeah, which is not bad on a 150.
There's a usual side here. A bunch of riders just bunching up off track.
There's a mixed bunch there, wild cards and regular riders.
There's a fifth just looking around, wondering where everyone's gone.
Yeah, I can just feel race control holding their breath in the building next door.
It's been a good session so far. 3 wildcards into the top 10. Sorry, 4 wildcards. Ricky Ibrahim as well.
Yeah, of course, as we were saying, Adichie came in as a wild card, now sitting 3rd in the championship. We just saw the bright green number 42. That's the 3rd member of the Racetech 60 team for this weekend, the wild card, Hafid Pratamaticcia. 70 is Shirat Shaki.
Yeah, Shirashaki not doing too bad. Into 14th, 2.5 seconds away from Fami Basam's time, but well within reach of the top 10.
I love the team name actually, just looking through here. GG Galak Galak GDT Racing Team. Something to practice this evening. There he is, number 70. Shaki. GG Galak Galak GDT Racing Team.
There we go, race direction.
No surprise to see that notice on the screen there. No slowing down. They've only got 5.5 minutes remaining. So if they want to make an impression, bearing in mind these times will count, or could potentially count, for their qualification later on. Looking there at Faris Putra, number 33 for Cardinals. I saw him running just a few minutes ago with his teammate, Pasral Sham. Oh, yeah, there he is. Those two looking for a gap. They haven't seen the warning from race control. And there's number 13 going through the bottom of your screen, Akid Aziz, his teammate, for pits by one way. Fifan ran just after him. So Beef down in 17th currently.
Yeah, much lower than we expect Afif to be, but maybe just some issues with that he hasn't sorted yet.
Yeah. Doing some very, very slow riding, showing off his skills of not falling off when the bike's almost stationary.
Yeah, they tend to do that, and I think it was it Murabil or another one of the elephant riders who tucks in all the way while riding slow, which makes it look like they were going fast from a distance, and then when you see how slow they are, just cruising at the side, waiting for riders.
Yeah, no. We've seen the Kiki Sudaman, we've seen quite a bit of him on screen. Best time so far, 1:59.3.
Just over 3.5 minutes left in this session. No real shifts in position, but looks like Akira's as well not improving in his lap time. There's anyone in the top 10, so everyone just looking for positions on track.
Yeah, nobody's setting quick sector times yet.
And final warning there from race direction, all riders no slowing down. And race direction does mean business.
Yeah, I've been privy to a few of those dressing downs that are quite severe, but then quickly forgotten, I fear.
We do have some improvements there. Shirat Shalki has gone up into 9th place, so now we have 5 wildcards, well, momentarily, and then Fanis Putra's come along.
We've got Aldiaz on our screen now, the number 69. He's up there, in P6 currently. So now we look like we're going to be treated to a final push. It's one of the 4S1M bikes going up inside him. I think that's Gubita. Number 23, yes, that's Gubita. It's gone past Aldiaz in that group.
Gubita's just set his personal best. He goes up into 6th, and it's all changed altogether. Dimas Juliat Moko goes up into 2nd. A 1:54.669 for him.
Yeah, Gubita coming off a win in race 1 at Motegi.
Gubita looking confident as ever, and he's know how skillful Gubita can be. He knows what it takes to go all the way.
Yeah, he has that kind of tough smile, which means I'm coming through, I mean business, and he does look good. His confidence will be nice and high. 5th in the standings, too many DNFs. 3 DNFs, 1 second and 1 first so far this season.
You just have to wonder if he didn't have those DNFs, how much higher in the championship would he have been. And yeah, he only trails by 32 points currently.
Yeah, this is the beginning of the second half of the season. And there's still a lot to go. I mean, a 14-point lead for Nazrul is pretty healthy by Underbone standards at this point in the season.
It's nowhere near the gap that he had last season in his championship winning season. But it's still it's a healthy lead for him.
Yeah, and it has been a champion's performance. He's been consistent. 2 seconds, 1/3, a 6th and a 5th. And that's what you need. You need consistency in this class. Just get those points ticking up. There are 2 great riders, Fifam Ran and Bashul Sham. For Pits Bike JRT. He's got the 2 Cardinals, as far as Putra running with his teammate. He told me yesterday he does love working with Fazrul. It's Masato Fernando, the number 17, going through there. Masato currently down in 19th. Best time so far is 1:54.5, set some time ago by Fahmi Bassam. The checkered flag is out now. And I don't think there are many signs of anybody going to beat that time. There again, at Horrible Vitoni. 5th, he's been consistent through this session. His best time 1:55.2.
And again, Ricky Ibrahim here. Ricky, one of the replacement riders for LFNH Putra. A decent job so far. Checker flag is out, so when they come across the start-finish line, they will conclude their session for practice in the Underbones. Track temperature now just about 48 degrees Celsius, 47.9.
So nice working temperature.
The ambient temperature is about 28 degrees Celsius, so under the shade, and just if you're sitting on the side, it's not too bad. Track temperatures are heating up because we have an amazing amount of sun here in Lombok this weekend. Barely any clouds, blue skies all around, and this is a bit of a scrap here. We're gonna expect to see this a lot of times this weekend with the Underbones.
Yeah, they're trying to pull each other on. That's the number 23. That's Gupita in that group, winner last time out. Murabil Vitoni jumps to the top with a 154.3. Fahmi Bassam pushed down into second. So, yeah, that was a pretty lively session, pretty varied. We see some surprises. Whatever Nazrul's issue was, he didn't come back out again. There's a vantage point. You all need a decent lens to look out the action from there. Whichever angle you look at on this circuit, it looks fabulous. That is turn 3, the first left-hander on the circuit we were looking at then. And there are the results with that last stint effort. Murabil Vitoni for Yamaha LFN H Putra 969 gets a 154.333. He's fastest. Next to him, his teammate Fahmi Bassam. Dimas Juliet Moko for Team 1 for All was third best. Aditya Fauzi fourth. Fifth, Akid Aziz. Wildcard Rizal Fariadi was sixth for Merit Race Tech Racing Team. Rekat Yusuf for SEK Honda was seventh. Good session from him. Husni Zainal Fauzi for Yamaha LFNH Putra again is in P8. That team, as ever, showing well in the top 10. And moving on to the next page. Any moment. Ninth was Gupita Krishna for 4S1M Evo Yamaha. 10th, Aldiaz Axel Ismail, wildcard. And Ferris Putra for Cardinals was 11th. Shurat Shauki for GG Galak ex GDT Racing Team was 12th. Ricky Ibrahim 13th. 14th, Wayu Avji Trilaksana. And 15th, Hafid Pratmaditya Rosandi for Racetech 60, the wildcard in Wayu Aji's team, just behind his leader. 156.4 for him. And 16th, Fazrul Sham for Cardinals. John Emerson Ingito for 4S1M was 17th. Pirapong Louis Bumpeng, Team 1 for All was 18th. 19th, Masato Fernando for Jiran Kobe Motor Oil Racing Team. Hafiz Farol Rasyadan for SEK was 20th. 21st, down in 21st place was Afif Amran for Pitspike One Way. And Kiki Sudaman Manurung, number 178, one of the easier bikes to spot out there with that fuchsia, pinky purple. Daniel, we're going to have to do some more colours this weekend. And 23rd, Giancarlo Maurizio for Uma Racing Philippines. Nazrul only did a few laps before having what looked like a not very serious mechanical issue. And Shafiq Rosli and Alif Daniel Asri did not record times in that session. Hopefully we'll be seeing them later. So we're going to have a little look at the track in just a few moments. And after that, we'll be back with you with the first session of the day for the TVS Asia One Make Championship. So stay with us. We've got Adananta and Reza Danica showing us around their home track of Mandalika.
Inilah tadi sedikit yang kita sampaikan dari saya dan juga Reza. Untuk tips lainnya nanti. Putra, saya dari Astra Honda Racing Team.
Saya Reza Danika dari Astra Honda Racing Team.
Ya, ini tikungan ke-7 di sirkuit Mandalika. Di tikungan ini menurut saya tikungan yang cukup penting ya.
Iya.
Karena setelah dari turn ini menuju ke turn 10 itu kita punya long straight. Jadi penentuan untuk kita bisa mempunyai speed nanti untuk menuju ke turn 10 ada di sini kuncinya. Menurut Reza gimana?
Kalau menurut saya sih ya sama kayak Nanta, karena mungkin juga penting buat preparation untuk overtake di T10. Jadi mungkin preparationnya dari sini 7, 8, 9 bisa dapat speed yang bagus. Ntar di T10 ada momen bisa pas lebih bagus.
Dan juga naik 600 di sini dash directionnya berat juga ya?
Iya, agak berat. Di sini kayak motornya ngarahinnya lebih perlu power.
Iya. Terus juga di sini kan anginnya kan kenceng, jadi lumayan berat juga.
Iya. Masuknya juga depannya kayak agak kadang
mau low set.
Iya.
Iya. Goyang.
Yuk kita lanjut ke tikungan selanjutnya.
Let's go. 7. Di sini nih biasanya depannya.
Iya, depannya kayak gampang
mau low set.
Gampang hilang kan.
Iya.
Kalau over di situnya,
Iya.
kelapannya
Kirinya
berat.
susah. Terus juga kalau kita mau coba motong di curve-nya langsung goyang.
Iya, kalau dapat itunya loh, apa?
Iya.
Jalur airnya,
Lubangnya itu kan.
langsung motornya goyang,
Iya.
kayak hilang gripnya. Marquez jatuh di sini juga
Iya,
ya.
sini. Ya, ini kita sampai di turn 8. Di sini juga termasuk kunciannya. Kita punya kuncian di sini di R8. Tapi dari R8 ini preparation kita harus mulai dari turn 7. Karena jika di turn 7 ini kita mistake sampai turn 8 dan turn 9 pasti kita hilang speed
Ya.
dan juga kesulitan juga. Karena di sini speednya cukup tinggi dan juga kita perlu cepat buat change direction.
Sama kalau anginnya kenceng kadang
Ya, goyang.
goyang
Ya.
motornya ya.
Di sini juga dimasuk turn 7. Terkadang suka di atas 5 lap ketika ban sudah mulai mau habis. Masuk turn 7 depannya sering
Gampang.
mau low side.
Ya.
Di sini.
Sama berarti.
Iya, sama.
Ya mungkin itu sedikit experience dari saya dan Nanta di T7 dan 8. Mungkin kalau yang lain ya lihat besok lah di
Ya.
track.
Jadi inilah tadi sedikit yang kita sampaikan dari saya dan juga Reza. Untuk tips lainnya nanti kita simpan dulu buat kita berdua ya. Oke, jangan lupa dukung kita ya di Asia Road Racing Championship putaran keempat minggu ini. Doakan semoga kita bisa mendapatkan podium dan hasil yang terbaik. Salam satu hati.
A very warm welcome back to Pertamina Mandalika International Circuit. This is Friday and it's round 4 of the TVs Asia One Make Championship, which of course is one of 5 classes in the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. So these bikes currently on their outlap. 3rd season now for TVs Asia One Make. The series has gotten better and better as it's progressed. Keeps going with a mixture of experienced riders like current championship leader Hiroki Ono and young guns that are coming through like India's Sartak Chavan. But there's a really nice combination of experience and youthful enthusiasm that has been making for some great racing. There is one big question overhanging the TVs Asia One Make Championship, which is who can beat championship leader Hiroki Ono, who has 5 starts, 5 wins this season.
Yeah, it just seems a near impossible task to try and knock Hiroki Ono off his form. We thought it was going to happen in Motegi with the rise of
Zen Mitani
and Rishi Takahira, but it still was Hiroki Ono until the checkered flag, and yeah, it's just really tough to see how Hiroki's going to drop off form. It seems the only person in his way is himself.
Yeah, and even by his standards, Hiroki Ono was dominant here last year. He absolutely ran away. There was nobody else in the same postcode. But you mentioned Rishi Takahira. He's definitely one of the more exciting young riders in this championship. There he is, the number 10. The rider who went off there is the number 1, Zakir Mohammed, who's had a few problems this season defending his title. He's had some injuries as well, Daniel.
Yes, and I suspect he's still fighting those injuries because he had a race last weekend in Malaysia and he was struggling there as well. So I think ever since the injury that he picked up was from the domestic championship in Malaysia, and I think for him he just hasn't fully recovered from it yet. It was a collarbone, a shoulder injury that he's had, and as you can imagine, for racing, your shoulder is quite an important part of it.
Absolutely, yeah. Don't want that clicking and aching and all the kind of things that a dodgy collarbone can do to you. But there he is, an experienced rider running with one of the exciting young guns.
He's got a new helmet design, Muzakir, for this run, so despite the injury woes, I think he's looking to really make it a good run for him to try and catch up on some points.
Yeah, always good to see that little bit of confidence in the livery. It's very early doors in this 20-minute session, but Sartak Chavan, the Indian rider who's really brought a spark into this TVs Asia One Make Championship, he's currently quickest on a time of 1:50.
I'm just looking at track temperatures, and they haven't risen, they've actually dropped a little bit, and it's just surprising because the skies are clear.
Yeah, so they have. That is strange. Sometimes it's hard to tell. Yeah, just the air conditioning, Daniel. See if we can sort that out.
Must be the reason why the track's cooling. So now Kim In-jae is another exciting one in this category. He's been improving. He's slowly found better results, getting closer to the top.
Yeah, it's really good to see a Korean in this championship, because they have a really enthusiastic movement for motorcycle racing. The FIM affiliate there, very enthusiastic, very supportive of their young riders, and as you said, Kim In-jae getting better and better.
I think that's the beauty of these One Make Championships. It gives the opportunity to riders who perhaps haven't had the exposure of the competition at this type of level, and you slowly build that confidence by learning from riders such as Vorapong, who the developer of this bike and the program, Muzakir, the champion, as well as the championship leader Hiroki Ono, who has such an illustrious career. You get to learn from these guys, and it just helps your progression as a rider.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And the German rider Rocco Sessler has just put himself at the top of the timing screen, I think for the first time this season. He competes in the Northern Talent Cup in Europe and TVS Asia, which he's really been enjoying, because getting the kind of experience on the great circuits that we visit in this championship, like Motegi, like Mandalika where we are now, like Chang International and like Sepang.
You're right, this is the best we've seen of Rocco. He started off well. He's always been close to the top, but we haven't seen him with this sort of confidence on the start, straight to the top, and with a decent time of 1:48.8.
Yeah, first trip to Mandalika as well, it must be for him. 15-year-old German, yeah.
Been a race in the Northern Talent Cup. I think he's done some IDM as well.
Yeah, that's right.
Used to much cooler weather, more gloomier weather. Now we're in the bright and sunny southern hemisphere.
Yeah, he did say to me in the Chinese round how nice it was to be riding in the wet and not freezing cold. And yeah, any of us who've spent any time in Northern Europe or Britain know what it's like to ride motorbikes in those conditions. It's every day.
But now Richie Takahira, he goes up to the top, a 1:48.180. Rocco pushed down into second, and Rocco back up into first, so 1:48.1. So good work from the two young talents.
Yeah, it's good to see. And yeah, Chiran Wishranat and Vorapong swapping positions in third and fourth. Dekitiano, the sole Indonesian in this class, is up into fourth. Also his position in the championship. So he's carrying the flag for Indonesia in the TVS Asia one mate class.
We also have wildcard Sharul Amin for this round.
Oh yes, okay.
I was just going to mention that it's a shame that we don't have Zamitani again. I would have loved to have seen him in for the rest of the season.
Yeah, he really brought the last round in Motegi alive. He was absolutely brilliant, and definitely a rider to watch out for in the future.
If TVS do get him to do a full season here next year, because we would love to see that.
Yeah, Sartak Chavan we saw there. He was on top. He's now been bumped down to sixth. But really promising, the young Indian rider. He had a bit of a mixed outing in Motegi, which included a black flag when he didn't see the notice to do the ride-through penalty for a jump start that he made then, and we quizzed him about it in the informal interview session yesterday, and he just said, basically, well, summarising, it was a rookie error. He didn't see it, he didn't realise the lap indicator board was a bit small. You know, all this, but in the end he said, you know, I've just learned something from it, and it's nice to see that kind of refreshing take responsibility approach from a young rider like that. We know he's quick, he hasn't been consistent, but that should follow.
He has a certain maturity to him in the way that he conducts himself, even talking to him. So I think Sartak is he's a brilliant talent for India. We have a rider down.
That is Ati Kanga. He's been quick this year. You can see there the airbag has gone off in his suit.
Oh, it's just shattering away and then just onto the rumble strip.
Yeah, I mean those rumbles, when you get deep onto the rumbles, onto the curbs, they're brutal.
Good introduction as well by TVS for the airbags and the suits. I think that's a very welcome change. safety definitely always in the mind of racing, and it's a good introduction.
Yeah, good work by the marshals there, getting that bike right out of the way.
Rocco and Richie Takahira, they've been really just improving almost every lap. A 47.4 from Richie, Rocco a 47.6, and he's improving on his current lap as well. We follow number 15 now, Rocco Sessler, rider from the Northern Talent Cup.
Yeah, he's displaying German flag on the front of his helmet. I complained at the last round when he appeared without it, and then he put it back on and pointed it out to me.
Comes across the line now with his personal best of 147.5. So until Hiroki sets his fast lap, it's looking like it's going to be a good fight, a good scrap between these two, Richie and Rocco. And Deki as well, now putting in a 47. He's only the third rider into the 47s. And there comes Hiroki Ono with a 146.9.
What a surprise.
It was inevitable.
Yeah. Barely worth mentioning indeed.
We just knew it was coming. And here's the amazing part. He wasn't even fastest in Sector 1 and Sector 2. It was just Sector 3 and Sector 4 where he took off that set to 46.9. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, he was doing best laps 145.1 last year. So that's 1.8 seconds faster than what we've seen so far. And the bike's been improved since then.
It has, yeah. They're doing much better top speeds as well. Ooh, and Randan Rossi reached Takahira, so almost responding to Hiroki immediately. 46.9 from Richie Takahira, he goes up into second. Ramdan Rosli up to first now, 46.8, so really good work from Ramdan.
Yeah, Ramdan's really focused. I asked him yesterday what it was like to be constantly not quite there with Hiroki Ono, just ahead of him all the time, and he's really focused. He's got a really good attitude to it. He's not giving up. He's been minimizing his weight. He knows he's got a weight disadvantage to Hiroki, but he's doing everything he can, and his head hasn't dropped at all. So Rishi Takahira also bumping Hiroki down for now.
Hiroki Ono goes back up into the top, 146.7, but I don't think it's going to be an easy weekend for Hiroki because Ramdan also on another hot lap. This lap sticks, if he can finish his lap up well, he should be at least half a second faster than Hiroki's current best. And again, Hiroki has done a 45.
Yeah, and Ramdan, another good sector 3.
That should be a really good lap from Ramdan Rosli coming up. Fourth in the championship last season, currently sitting second.
Yeah, he would have been better last season, but for some rotten mechanical gremlins that DNF'd him in a couple of races. Deki Tiano at Aldi had a great first season. This is his third season in TVS. Had a pretty lackluster second season. And pushing again now at his home race. He's currently 4th in the standings.
Ramdan's just done the best lap. 0.4 of a second faster than Hiroki Ono. Let's see how long that stands for.
Yeah, definitely a game of cat and mouse going on between those two. And Chirant Vishwanath, currently the fastest of the Indian riders. The others being Sartak, we were talking about earlier on, and Kawe Ahmed. And number 14 there is Kim Min Jae, and mechanical issue there for, I'm not sure who that was. But here comes Hiroki Ono, the number 2. Number 3, Ramdan.
slightly low.
Sorry,
slower
number
lap.
3, Vorapong.
This is slightly slower lap from Hiroki in that one, so I think this will be a push from him. Currently fastest Ramdan Rosli at 36.4. I think another spot to start another lap. It was another slowdown as well for Ramdan. Reached Takahira, nothing much from him in the past couple of laps. As well, he hasn't found anything faster than a 47.2.
Yeah, this is Hiroki Ono looking at his fast, tidy best, I think. That was a good sector 2. Yeah, you can see he's totally focused there, and it is a nice and fantastic style to watch. With all his experience of riding light motorcycles, just uses exactly enough of the rumble strip. Sector 3 was okay. Sorry, Daniel.
But the Hiroki on a decent one. This should be an improvement for him, and it is a 46.1 for Hiroki Ono. But Ramdan as well, he's on a really good lap, faster sector 1 from Ramdan Rosli. Vorapong as well, he's gone up into 3rd, so it's looking good for the TVs Asia one make. Can't imagine that Hiroki would be sandbagging right now.
No, not now. He knows he's got a fight on his hands. The results, if you just look at the standings, make it look as though he's had an easy run, but he most definitely hasn't. He's had to work really hard for those 5 wins that he's had this season. Yeah, Ramdan also impressive.
He's on a decent one as well. Hiroki Ono, first sector good, second sector fastest, so it's good scrap now. Ramdan Rosli the first into the 45, so 1:45.936 for Ramdan Rosli. I think Hiroki will be joining him when he completes this lap.
Yeah, this is good for Vorapong as well, who has been quiet. Yesterday, the noises he was making indicated that he'd had enough of being beaten every weekend by his charges. So yeah, he loves to be on the podium, Vorapong. So I think he's going to go for a good result. Well, he says he is for a good result, and we know his quality. He's one of the busiest people in motorcycle racing, with his own school and running various teams in the national championships in Thailand. But he's really focused this weekend, Hiroki Ono. 45.73. Another best time, it just keeps coming.
It's a real battle of lap times between Hiroki and Ramdan. Ramdan again on another faster lap, so they're just trading sector times at this point. I think we're in for a really good show from Ramdan and Hiroki once again. Vorapong as well, I think if he can latch on behind the two of them at the start of the race for tomorrow and Sunday, he will be in for a 3-way battle. And Rocco Sessler as well, he's found at 46.5, so not too far behind either.
Yeah, 1 second covering the top 5 here.
Oh, I do take back my earlier statement. It's not going to be a good lap from Ramdan. Sector 1 was a very slow one for him, so 45.9 for now will be the fastest Ramdan will do. Yeah, he's just come across 48.7. Hiroki might find some late improvement. Vorapong in sector 1 was okay, not fast enough in comparison to Ricci. 46.4.
Yeah, good work by the young Japanese rider. There is Vorapong, also looking very determined in this session. Currently 4th.
Good helmet design there by Vorapong.
Yeah. like the kind of no fear eyes on the front. Yeah, he doesn't improve that time.
46.6 for Vorapong.
Yeah, that looks like the job done for free practice 1 for TVS Asia One Make Championship. We will be seeing them later today, but those are the results. And look, would you believe it, Hiroki Ono is at the top of the timing screen, 1:45.695. And Ramdan Rosley, a brilliant session from him, 1:45.936. Rishi Takahiro is next best, Vorapong Malahuan, who looked really sharp in that session. Rocco Sessler, also looking good, was 5th. 6th, Chiran Vishwanath, great session from him. Dekicano Aldi in 7th, and 8th, Sartak Shaban. Defending champion, Muzakir Mohammed, 1:48.4 was his best, and that puts him 9th. Kaiwai Ahmed was 10th. 11th was Kim In Jae, the Korean rider. Irvin Exan from Singapore was 12th, 1:54.6 was his best time. Sharul Amin was 13th, and 14th, a crash early in the session for Ati Kanger. There's another shot of the flora of Lombok Island, south of Lombok Island, overlooking the beach. Windswept, slightly scorched looking palms. But it's time for us to rinse and start to repeat again the order, because that's all 5 classes we've seen out on track so far. And so that means that next up, in about 6 or 7 minutes from now, will be AP 250s who come out for their second session of the day. So we're going to take a break, and we'll see you back here in about 6 minutes from now. So stay with us. You're at Mandalika for round 4 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We are on track today for the second time with the AP 250 class for this round 4 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, coming to you live from Pertamina Mandalika International Street Circuit on the gorgeous island of Lombok in Indonesia. This morning we had two 15-year-old Indonesians at the top of the timing screens. For Yamaha, number 1 was Araya Gaska Dibani Laksana, and number 2 for Astra Honda was Mohamed Kiandra Ramadipa. So youth prevailed this morning. That was the first of 3 sessions. We're now on the outlap for this second session of the day. And as always, there's been some fantastic, intriguing fights in the AP 250 class. In championship terms, it's no surprise to see Astra Honda at 1 and 2, but the way that they've got there is quite different to what we've seen in previous years. They've had to fight every inch of the way, and one of the riders that they have been fighting is the rider just at the back there, behind the number 41 Irfan, the number 36 of Ferozi Torakatullah, who started to go really quickly and get on terms with the Hondas late last season, and this season has been one of the front runners in this class, together with his teammate, the aforementioned Arai Agaska, who topped session 1. Rosie there just trundling along, getting passed by one of the 2 Kawasaki's. There's sandwich there as these riders get into their first flying laps of this 30-minute session. That's the number 21. That's Deandra Trihardika, or Motor Sniper Manual Tech Kawasaki. Leading that group is Irfan Heikel for Bunsu Honda. Behind him, his teammate Sharifuddin Asman. So the 2 teammates for Idemitsu Bunsu running together.
Sharifuddin Asman had a decent session in practice 1. Irfan Heikel not getting the best out of it. Still waiting for that breakthrough performance from Irfan. He's a good talent, and I think having Sharifuddin Asman with all his experience as his teammate will benefit him a lot.
Absolutely. This morning, Sharifuddin Asman was 5th, like you said. Good session from him. Irfan was 12th. 1.8 seconds down on the fastest time. They're taking the initiative in that little group is the number 37 Kawasaki of Aiki Iyoshi. We're looking at his teammate there, the number 21 Deandra Triardika. They're running there with Ferozi Torakatullah, so a nice quick trio there. Triardika getting quicker and quicker as the season wears on, and more used to riding this 4-cylinder Kawasaki. 4 cylinders give it a weight disadvantage and a power advantage. It's quite a different cocktail, Daniel, to get around here. And you were saying earlier about the flowing nature of this circuit could favour them.
It could definitely, I think, because we know that with these 4-piston quarter-liter bikes, the power is really more or less around 12, if I'm not mistaken, around 12,000 RPM. Comparison to the twin piston bikes, where the power comes peak around 9-10. So they need a little bit more revs to get it there, and I think Mandalika is a perfect layout for that. I'm just one thought came to mind was that these bikes being heavier, for Deandra being a young talent, it's a bit tougher on him because he's going to have to work a lot for a young rider on these heavy bikes. So credit to him, it's a big challenge, and he's been doing quite well.
Yeah, Aiki Yoshi has been saying since the start of the season it's about you know, making the most of that power, getting good corner speed, They don't have the grunt out of the corners that the two-cylinder bikes have. And you were also saying earlier that just this last sector could be problematic for them. So coming out and trying to get a good result in a group could be a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, my thought is just, for example, if it's a battle for the win in this type of situation where there's a bunch of riders all together, like we saw in Motegi, into that final section, they're gonna have to brake slightly earlier than the rest because it is heavier, and then exiting is gonna be quite difficult. It is a really sharp turn at that turn 16, and it's another flip to the left for turn 17. It's gonna be difficult. They're gonna have to plan this out really well, and we're getting a taste of it now. You can see that. Look at how much quicker Arai can get on the gas, and yeah, Aiki just has to make his body really wide to try and stop that. You can see the grunt of the Yamaha against Aiki, but once Aiki gets into that power band, pulls back away.
That's it. You saw exactly that point on that shot. Yeah,
perfect shot there.
Yeah. So Alfonso de Guigan there, number 51 for SDG. He's running there with the number 56 machine, and the number 56 machine belongs to Galang Hendra, no less. So great to see him coming back into this class. Ramaputra, number 26, another wild card. Alfonso running wide there and letting a couple of bikes go in front. I can see Warwick there. Warwick Tom Nopakun for East NJT. That's the number 27. So there's number 56, David Galang Hendra.
Very different colours than we're used to seeing for Galang.
Yeah.
Nice and white-red livery, similar to the 50th anniversary colours, if I remember correctly.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's true. A long time ago, I had an R1 in those colours.
That's a good to see the variation of liveries for the Yamaha. But now Galang not doing too bad. He's up into third. Galang Hendra, we know what to expect of him. He's a race winner. He's a brilliant rider from Indonesia, and it's one of the best talents that Indonesia has produced.
Yeah, and with all that high-level experience, that does raise your game. So he's currently sitting third on a 1:48. And this morning, where was Galang this morning? 10th, 1:49.7. So he's already half a second better than that. Astra Honda's at the top currently, reversing their championship position. Surgeon is at the top. Kiandra is next, half a second down on his teammate. Number 63 there is Sharifuddin Azman, and that is another welcome sight here. One of my favourite riders that I've seen in this category over the years, Ray Ratakuri. Such a scrapper. Never quite been on the best bike, but fantastic results.
Ray Ratakuri is just he's a popular name for a reason. It's just that his talent is just something different, and the way he rides as well, he has a character to him.
Yeah, he does. And I've noticed, you know, going back a few seasons when he was regular, whenever he said this is going to be a good weekend, he's had a good weekend. So I must, or maybe you'll run into him, Daniel, before I do. It'd be interesting to see what his assessment is of his chances this weekend.
He's just come across there, and he goes up into 10th place, so not too bad from Ray Ratakuri. Just a bit further in front, right in front of him, he has the two Bunsyus, followed by Arai, and in front of them is that pairing of the Kawasaki's. Aiki's still doing a good job in 5th. Deandra as well. This is good from Deandra. It's up into 7th.
Yeah, this is an interesting group. So you've got Rosie, Irfan, Asman. Yeah, this is. Oh, and down goes one of the Kawasaki's, and the other riders managed to avoid him, but really heart-stopping moment there. I think. Oh, I think that's. I think that's Deandra. Anyway, he's able to jog back to his bike, so that's the most important thing.
Yeah, that's it's a sign that we want to see. The rider is okay. That was, I think, is that Aiki's helmet? Be a rare mistake from Aiki. He looks fine. Let's see what happened here once again, and just lost the rear by the looks of it. Yeah, luckily, all the riders are managing to avoid any further collision there.
Yeah. That's, yeah. Is that oil on the track?
I think that's
yeah, it is. Yeah. Look
it
at that under the bike there. The oil's pouring out of it.
I thought it was tire marks for a second, but yeah.
That was shiny. So let's see whether the red flag comes out. We've got 17.5 minutes remaining of this session. Yeah, it's Kandra Hermawan. He had a good outing this morning.
He's in 9th place currently, 1.6 away. Yeah, I don't think that's all. The riders going through that without any issue by the looks of it. That's another good sign, other than the rider walking away.
Well, yeah, absolutely. But that did look black and shiny to me. Anyway, there is Kandra. He's got Aragaska just behind him. For Yamaha Racing Indonesia. 3 riders in for this weekend. The other one being Ferozi.
We've got the grids for almost every category really filled up nicely this weekend. A lot of wildcards, a lot of teams bringing in a 3rd rider. Will bring a bit more color into the championship. And it will spice things up points-wise as well. Should the wildcards perform outstandingly well, as we've seen in the Underbones.
Yeah, of course the regular riders don't appreciate having points taken off them by foreigners, but but for championship and for the spectacle, it's brilliant.
It is, yeah. For example, we have in this class Galang Endra. I mean, Galang's a great talent, and if he finds his way up, and Chandra as well, who we're looking at right now, and Ratakore. So these are 3 fast riders in the top 10s, and they can really shake things up.
Yeah, there is the Brahmaputra, number 26, and Alfonsi de Guigan, number 51 on the SDG Honda. Alfonsi currently on a 150, best time 151.2. Puts him 20th in this 27 rider field. I note that there's no time recorded for Kevin Kintel.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Did he have a fall in practice ones? Not noticed anything off with him earlier.
Yeah, stop coming up here for Alfonsi de Guigan. And that's Shunzhen Zhang, Chinese rider on for TY Antares racing team. Increasing number of Chinese riders coming into this championship, which is great news. Once again, a shout out for all those watching the live stream on WeChat. It's
a good performance so far. So from Herjun and Chandra, It's your 1 and 2 currently for the session as we follow Shun Cheng Zhang. As for right now, nothing changing in the results for the top 5. Well, top 10 actually has all been pretty quiet. The same top 10 for the past 10 or so minutes.
Yeah, just behind Xinjiang we've got Piawat and Ray Ratakori, I think. Probably see them in just a moment. Should stay with the Chinese rider for a minute. He had a best time 1:53.1 this morning. So a lot quicker than he's gone so far this time around.
It's Wang Jiandong now coming through. Another one of the Chinese riders riding for Victor Racing.
Yeah, Victor Racing doing some good work with the Chinese riders.
Yep.
Ooh, and down goes. That is Mohsin Paramban, I think.
It's Nguyen Hu Tri for Vietnam.
Beg his pardon, okay.
That's a unfortunate fall there. And again, that just shows how much of rolling this circuit really has. You can lose the front quite easily. That's at turn 16. And that's a real tricky one because you're braking hard and you have to bank slightly to the right and then drop it down further. Easy to get caught out there.
For sure.
So this is a great looking bike as well, this one.
Yeah, that's the MS Glow for men. They're in the 600s as well, and those bikes do look beautifully prepared.
Yeah, it seems we'll get more information from about it, but it looks like leading that team is Dimas Pratama, who, well, with his Moto2 experience, and we know exactly what he can do, and I think he's a great leader for the team. And yeah, the bikes look really good. The team looks good. So
yeah, looks like they've got a good sponsor on board. Title sponsor. Very much determining the colour scheme of those bikes, and they look fantastic.
Yeah, I was just looking at their social media content. They actually do some brilliant content, and yeah, it's great to see more teams getting, more sponsors getting involved with teams like this and generating content as well. So it's great to see that, and bringing riders like Dimas back into it, just brilliant.
Yeah, and I guess this is some kind of men's skin treatment that they're talking about. I mean, traditionally, especially the country I come from, motorcycle races all have a bit of a rough look about them.
It was a sunscreen product, from what I saw.
Oh, okay, yeah, well, that's a pretty good idea here in Indonesia.
Especially in Lombok.
Yes, absolutely.
We just got 11 minutes left in this practice 2 session for the AP250 class. There's only 5 riders on track. We expect the majority of the grid to head back out once again for the final 10 minutes. Got some quality time for Wang Jiadong on track. Sorry, for Shun Cheng Zhang.
Yeah. Yeah, good for him. Yeah, T.Y. Antares. China-based team, I think. Just trying to wind my memory back to Zhuhai back in April. But this will almost certainly be his first visit here.
Yep. I think Mandalika, it's not a circuit that's raced by many bike championships other than the World Championships and the Talent Cup, I believe. So it's a learning curve for a lot of the riders, and it will be interesting to see how they adapt. Like for example, Kengo in the 600s, we saw him getting his first taste of Mandalika, and he managed to adapt, but it took at least a whole session just to understand the circuit, and then practice 2 will be his real full understanding and setup plan for the race weekend.
Yeah, we just saw a big clutch of bikes going out there. There's Wang Jiadong. Oh, I'm sorry, not Wang Jiadong. Okay, that's Long Nang Zi for Victor Racing on the number 15 machine there. Now we're looking at Deandra and Irfan Ardiancia, so a lot of quality right there in the shot. Irfan now riding for SEK Honda, the Malaysian team. So hopefully they'll gel this weekend. Anyway, he's tracking the current championship leader, Yandra Ramadipa.
Yeah, I think that's the right decision. Just tail behind the Astra Honda.
No doubt Irfan knows his way around, but it'd be good to measure the competitiveness of his machine against the Astra Honda, which he knows so well.
Yeah, I watched them developing this bike in the Malaysian Championship, and they were impressive. Time-wise, it was quite competitive, so they're not too far behind during that race weekend. And Honda Thailand was there for that weekend as well, so we got to see how they paired up, and it was impressive from this SEK pairing. It's a collaboration between them and an Indonesian team as well. It was good to see more teams joining into this class.
Yep, and more entries. We've just seen in the last couple of seconds, we've seen Piawat, Watcherin and Warwick, all from East NJT. Another colourful, enthusiastic team, improving all the time. And talking about quality, Urjan Atna Firdaus, number 46. Fancied by many, including myself, for the championship this year, but just for now behind his 15-year-old teammate Yandra Ramadipa, after Yandra's fantastic double win at Motegi and a rare error by Urjan in race 2. There is Urjan. Quick, he's got a slower rider. That's Ray Ratakuri, not going at racing speed and not helping Urjan on his way there. Might have been part of a plan by Ray Ratakuri. Now he's going to try and get a tow from Urjan as they go through the speed trap. Top speeds here has been actually with Ray Ratakuri 183.7. So the bike's quick. It's currently down in 12th, so there could be a little bit of setup potential there. But he'll do well now to tuck in behind Urjan. Again, these Astra Hondas really are a benchmark.
Yeah, Astra really has just been at the top of this class, and I think for the entire championship in this category, they really had to look at what Astra Honda was doing right, because they were such a dominant force. And even with the regulation changes, the attempt to make it more equal, which has worked, everything has become much closer, but Astra Honda is still managing to find just that one extra step ahead of everyone else, and that's why championship-wise they are first and second.
They are. They've done it a harder way than they usually do, it seems.
And that's not taking anything away from Kiandra or Urjan. They are fantastic riders. It's just the combination between a well sorted out team, a fantastic team, and brilliant riders. It's inevitable that you're going to keep getting really good results.
Yeah, I mean, regarding Urjan, that's impressed me more about him as a rider. The fact that he has found, you know, another gear, so to speak, and is still determined to win this championship.
That's the beauty of it. A lot of riders might feel demotivated with all these changes, and the fact that he is one of the taller riders of the category, so he's already at disadvantage weight-wise, height-wise, but he's still pushing on. He's still not giving up. He knows what he wants to achieve, and he's just a real good competitor, a really good athlete.
Yeah, it's Watcher in, number 25, Warwick, number 27, Gao Jiang, the number 73. For team One for All. That team we're used to seeing in Underbones, of course. Team Oda is the 125 legend, Wee Chi Wee. Now they're stepping into 250s. It's always good to see more diversity, as you were saying earlier, Daniel. There is Irfan with that familiar number 16. But a less familiar black helmet, and even lesser familiar orange livery on that bike. So everything looking a bit cagey. There's only 3 minutes remaining in this session. Riders looking for track position for one final push. Chen Zhang there, number 40, been really putting in the work, looking impressive. Urgent trying to shake off his former teammate, I think, Irfan. So a little bit of frustration going on there. Probably better just to open the gas, see what you can do in the last couple of flying laps. Rosie there, another fast one. Warwick, another quick rider. I'm expecting a little notice at the bottom of the screen any moment now from race direction.
Yeah, I was going to say there's similar sights on the 150, so expect that message to come at any time now.
As things stand, it is Hergen for Astra Honda who sits at the top of the timing screens, ahead of Kiandra, ahead of Sharifuddin Azman and Galang Hendra. Aiki Iyoshi, who had that crash, did a pretty decent time. For that, he is 5th. Best time for Aiki was 1:48.4. 1:47.5, the best time for Hergen. And again, looking back to what we could expect, race times in the mid-47s. So pretty much on the pace for the top riders. The balancing out that has been done in the regulations mean that there are no more custom-made subframes. So that probably means we don't see any improvement in lap record times. So the pace that we're seeing from Hergen, Kiandra, Sharifuddin, Galang, Aiki Iyoshi, and Piawat Patumios, all pretty much on race pace. Now Irfan Ardianshah has got Hergen behind him, so a reversal there. Hergen's going up the inside. See so many scrape marks on the circuit there from Aiki Iyoshi's earlier off. Checkered flag is out now, so this is the last time through for these riders, which look like they're constitute at least half the field. Sharifuddin going through there, the number 63, and coming all towards us at the moment. Looks like a Yamaha, and it's the number 26. And the number 26 belongs to Ramaputra. And I beg its pardon, it's a Honda. Deceived by the colour scheme there. But compared to this morning, time's up to a second quicker. So just take a look at the rock formations just out a little way from the beach. Just breaking the waves and leaving that calm water between the rocks and the beach. That, my friends, is the Indian Ocean, and these are the results. Urjanatna Firdaus for Astra Honda. Familiar position at the top of the timing screens, this time because of a 1:47.584 lap from him. His teammate, Chandra Ramadeepa, was next best. Third, Sharifuddin Azman, another good session from him, 1:47.9 was his best time. Galang Hendra was fourth for Yamaha BAF Yamalube Akai Jaya, 1:48.2. Aiki Iyoshi, good session until the crash, 1:48.4 was his best time, he was fifth. Sixth, Piwak Potumios, another good session from him for East NJT. Ferozi Torakatula, next up for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, 1:48.6. And Irfan Ardiansyah for SCK Honda, doing a good job, 1:48.8. Deandra Triadika for Motul Sniper Manual Tech was 9th, 1:49. Araya Gaska down in 10th for the number 38 Yamaha. Ray Ratakuri just behind him in 11th for Yamaha Yamalube RRS. Chandra Hermawan for Yamaha Racing Indonesia was 12th. 13th Cal Vietnam for Honda Racing Vietnam. Warwick Tong Nopakun for East NJT, 14th. 15th Yung Hu Tri for Honda Racing Vietnam. Washerin Tup Timon for East NJT was 16th. 17th Tonam Pu for Honda Racing Vietnam. Irfan Haikal down in 18th for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda. Gauta Ang for Team One for All was 19th. 20th Ramaputra on the MS Glow for Men Honda. Alfonsi de Guigan was 21st for SDG, and Breya Makasuba for Pitspike One Way was 22nd. 23rd Long Nang Tse for Victor Racing. Wan Jie Dong for Victor Racing Team, 24th. 25th Shun Chen Zhang, TY Antares Racing Team. And the last rider to or the slowest time recorded was Mohsin Paramban. Not a good session for Idemitsu Honda Racing India, 1:54.5. So we're just waiting for Daniel to catch up with some riders in pit lane, and we're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, it will be the last of the morning sessions, which will be the second session of the day for the Supersport 600 class, so stay with us. You're at Mandalika for round 4 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
So we're down here with a very familiar face with a wild card for this round, Galang Hendra. So Galang, first question I'm going to ask you is this the only run that you're joining for us, or will you be joining us for another run after this?
Okay, at the moment now, we just have the planning to join for this round, only for wildcard. But me and the team have another plan to join for next year. So I hope everything is goes well, and I will come back in this paddock soon as possible.
So we know you're racing 600s, and then for this run you're racing 250s. Is it difficult to make that transition, or is it more or less the same for you?
For 600 to 250, yeah, it's a big transition. But now this year I'm focused also in World Super Sport 300, which is using the same bike like here now, and yeah, more or less the same. And the feeling right now here, I feel really good, especially with the new technical rule from Yamaha. It helped Yamaha rider to go faster, and now I feel the competition is higher and more equal. So it's gonna be interesting for the race, and I hope I can go to the podium this weekend.
Thank you so much, Galan. Good luck for this weekend. So Irfan, we know that's a new challenge for you and the team for this round. The first time we're seeing the 250s out for the SEK team, and it's a collaboration between the Malaysian team and the Indonesian team. How do you feel about going into this round now?
Yeah, first of all, I want to say thank to the team, to the NWN, SCK, and also Astra Honda Motor that give me opportunity to wildcard here in Indonesia. Yes, of course, so happy to be back race in Asia Road Racing, and also first time with SCK, so step by step we take the collaboration, so we need to adaptation really quick here.
Thank you so much, Irfan. Good luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. There has been a short delay, 5-minute delay in fact, before the start of free practice 2 for the Supersport 600 class. We are, of course, here at Pertamina Mandalika for round 4 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And the green flag waves for these machines to come out on track. That's a hand, number 83 for the wild card. 83 or 93? Fadila Arbi Adisama. taking the riders out is the number 85. That belongs to the Thai Honda of Kiatisak Singapong. Next out, number 50, and definitely one to watch, is the Yamaha Racing Indonesia wildcard entry. They're on your screen now. Is Kengo Nagao. And just cruising past him is the number 20, Idemitsu FIM Honda of Azroy Hakim Anwar. The brilliant Malaysian rider, always served up with the best of luck, but a race winner nonetheless this season. A couple of really unfortunate DNFs in round one that scuppered his realistic chances of a championship for this season. Nevertheless, he's responded with a win, third, and a 5th place finish so far this year. That has given him a total of 52 points and 4th place in the championship. We've had some fantastic and very varied racing. The only thing that's really been constant amongst them, well, two things really. One is the performances of Yamaha Techni Racing ASEAN's Apiwat Wongtananon, who's won 3 and been second twice. So those phenomenal performances. 5 starts. That's given him a championship total of 115, which is 37 clear of the next best. And the next best is the other exception I just mentioned, that's Adananta Putra, who's been wonderfully consistent this season and well earned his 2nd place. He seems to get stronger and stronger every time he gets on the bike. We're looking at 2 Yamahas now. I think the second of them is Apiwat. Yeah, number 23, McKinley Carl-Paz, the Filipino, who stepped up into this class for this season. And Apiwat Wongtananon, who we've seen in over the years, 250s, superbikes, and now 600s. And he's leading the session. He will be expecting more great things of himself. 2 weeks ago, at a local race in Thailand, he had a tumble and fractured his left wrist, but I noted that his fast time from this morning's session came in the later stages, and he did a lot of laps, so he doesn't seem to be suffering too much because of that. Quickest this morning was Reza Danica Arends. As Roy just seeing going through there, the number 20. Fourth, and there is MS Glow for Men. MS Glow for Men of Dimas Eki Pratama that Daniel was talking about earlier in the 250 session. So this is Dimas Eki, Daniel, looking good on a very good looking bike.
Yeah, I mean, Dimas has so much experience on his hands, ridden many different bikes, and he's a real quality rider. I think he will give us a good show this weekend.
Shadowing the championship leader, Apiwat, at the moment. Apiwat flies past Azroy, who's clearly backed off. So Dimas Eki going to take a look at the championship leader, Yamaha Techni Racing Team, ASEAN. Tyres here, I think we're all on mediums. I didn't see anything different in FP1. Track temperature's just moved up a little bit, Daniel. We were talking about it last time when it dipped briefly.
Yeah, it's starting to spike up. We're about close to, yeah, we're just at midday now. The sun right above us, and we'll be boiling up a bit.
Yeah, so it could get a little bit hotter from here.
Currently the air, the breeze it's a really cool breeze that we have. It's just a track itself will be heating up due to the sun. weather is quite lovely, but we will keep an eye out on tires. Everyone will be listening to the advice from Dunlop. They always have,
and there is number 21, that's Adananta, P2 in the championship.
It's at turn 16,
Haven't
isn't it?
seen too many errors from him, yeah. There he goes. You were saying in the last session, Daniel, there's such a long time on the right side of the tyre to go through turns 15 and 16. So easy to slip off. Yatisak going through there, head of this bunch, which includes Apiwat and Dimas Eki.
Speaking of tires, we did get new news from Dunlop that this will be the first time we get asymmetric tires for the thousands, I believe it is. We'll get more information on that later on, perhaps today. Oh, big wobble there from Ketisak. Sorry, that was Tana, the wobble.
Right, yeah, Kiatisak's there on our screen now, the number 85. Those big scrape marks were from the previous session. I think that was, yeah, that was Akiyoshi's crash on the Kawasaki.
And the fastest lap time coming through Apiwat Wong Tananon, 1:39.643. Veda still yet to set a lap time. He came out, went back into pit lane. Same situation in practice 1. So it's really confusing on what's going on with Veda's bike.
Yeah, it's a strange one. Adananta, I know he just crashed, but that machine seems to otherwise be in good working order. It's Padilla, yeah, on the number 31. Oh, sorry, turn up. Thai rider, he's got Wayne Groho behind him. And McKinley Carl Paz for Yamaha Technique Racing Team ASEAN just behind him.
Keep an eye out for Kengo Nagao as well. He'll be looking to make some improvements. Had a really good session last time out. He'll have his eyes on closing into the top 10. Sorry, closing into the top 5.
Yep, there's a number that we're very well used to in ARRC. Number 1, 2, 3 of Reza Danica Arends into 600s this season after winning the 250 title last year. And he was the fastest rider out there. I think it's the first time we'd seen him at the top of any timing screen. He stepped into the 600 class. Currently P3 with a 139.9.
Reza's had his struggles adapting to the Super Sports class, but this round so far in practice 1 has been good. Practice 2 as well. Starting to look like the former dominant Reza we're used to seeing.
Yeah, personally, I would love to see him really master these 600s. I really like his style as a racer. I like his attitude. He's a really great guy and a great rider.
Yeah, it's proper professional Reza to make his way around the track. Azroy now, however, goes up to the top of 139.499 for Azroy Manwar. Very good turn there from Azroy. Kengo Nagao into the 139. So 139.9 from Kengo Nagao. This is only his second session ever at the Mandalika, the Pertamina Mandalika International Circuit. He's up into the top 4 positions.
That's brilliant. Just 4/10 behind that best time that was just set by Azroy. So, as you said, Daniel, great progress, which was easy to predict, really, given the quality. Have a look here at what's going on here with Reza.
The rear tire, they're just begging for grip. That looked like it was around turn 16 to 17.
Anyway, he's unruffled, as you might expect. And on he goes. still third, 139.7, 2/10 off the quickest rider, which is the one on your screen right there. Azroy, number 20 for Idemitsu Honda. Helmi Asman, I can just see going through the right-hander there. Tanat Longbiao had a very good first session. Currently 6th in this one with a 140. Kengo Nagao just trundling at the back there. And there's front shot of him.
And for now, still no indication of Veda coming out. Oh, he has actually started to set some laps, so it's good to see now Veda begun to set some lap times. Although 143.7, we know that's not Veda on a push lap.
No, absolutely not. We didn't see him at ARRC this time last year. He was off on Asia Talent Cup duty championship, which indeed he won by, I think it was 105 points or something. It was just an incredible crushing of that championship by Veda. Now he's on the bigger bikes and needs to grow into, literally needs to grow into them.
Veda's getting a lot of experience as well in the Red Bull Rookies Cup as well. Been close to the podium a few times, so just bringing that new added experience into this super sports class for himself. And now here's Kengo.
Wave after wave of brilliant young Indonesians coming through.
The development programs in Indonesia for riders clearly are just a step above, and they're just getting riders through and really pushing them to where they need to be, and it's into the international championships.
Yeah, and as elsewhere really, they do it a tad better here, as you say, but as elsewhere it's Yamaha and Honda that are really doing the work on that.
Yeah, for Yamaha Indonesia, they have Aldi Hendra, Aldi Satya, who's been a race winner, podium finisher in the World Super Sports. He's been here as well in ARC last season, in Mandalika. Alejandro is also up there, race winner. So the programs clearly are working, and see with talents like Veda, it's just bringing them up and really raising them. Raising is the right word, but raising them up as really good talents.
I think raising is the right word, really. I mean, you're taking the talent, putting it in an environment where it can develop. Aragaska being another one of those in 250s. Quite comparable in many ways to Veda.
Tanat's now the fastest rider on track. Really good lap time from Tanat, 39.292. Best we've seen of Tanat this season.
250s last season, and he wasn't really a contender in 250s. But clearly, Honda Racing Thailand saw something in him and put him into this class. Gyatisak as well, also a rookie here for the Thai team. So making a good fist of it.
Now leading the session with 15 minutes and a bit to go. Lamplio looking really good here in Mandalika for day one. So it could be a turning point for Honda Racing Thailand in the 600s class. Luckily, Cal Pass goes up into 5th place, a 139.692. So between the top 7 is only 0.6 is the gap between the top 7.
Yeah, the best time was pretty much a 139 dead from Razor this morning. Helmi Asman, who's a race winner here last year, race 1, is currently 4th. And then we've got Kimi Karpaz, Razor Danica 6th. Kengo Nagao coming in for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. under his own team name, so whatever the structure of that deal was. Officially there for Team Kenken on a Yamaha Racing Indonesia machine. Kengo Nagal on a 39.9. Half the field currently in the pits. But pretty much bang on the halfway point in this 30-minute session. 15 minutes remaining. Our Paz screen shadowing Tanat. Kyle currently 5th, so decent showing for him as well. I overtook Tanat on turn 17 yesterday while I was doing my track walk as he paused to tie up his shoelace.
Yesterday, the fastest rider on track for the 600 class would have been you.
Yeah, the team were doing a track walk. I was just walking a bit faster.
It is a brilliant session from Tana though. This is really the best we've seen from him. And this will be a big motivation boost for Tana and Honda Racing Thailand.
Yeah, here in Indonesia we've got Thai, Malaysian, Thai, Malaysian, Filipino, Indonesian, best Indonesian rider so far, Reza, as he was this morning when he was number 1. Leader. Now, best time 1:40.6, so making a little progress there.
Yeah, we do expect Veda to close up the gap to the top. I think they've had some issues with the bike, so he's just taking it easy, just working the bike through. We do expect Veda to be contesting for the win, as he always does. He's had a bit of a struggle to adapt to the 600s. Of course, he's so young and riding 600s and needs quite a bit of strength. But in the domestic championship, Veda was able to get the better of Reza and Adinanta Putra.
Yeah, Adinanta back on track after that early crash as well.
Yeah, this is great. Now we've got 9 riders covering just 0.6 of a second.
Yeah, that's it, and that's a nice familiar sight for Supersport 600. Adinanta's got 11.5 minutes left to make an impression. That's plenty of time for the Indonesian. Really coming to a nice peak of form in 600s. A learning season for him last year, and he did pretty well. This year, he's a contender and indeed second in the standings. Seems he's in that top fast cohort, but we haven't seen, he seems quiet by Helmi standards.
Yeah, I agree. Helmi hasn't been that busy on track by the looks of it, and he is fresh off the Suzuka 8-hour endurance race, so I mean, I remember
perhaps not so fresh.
Yeah, perhaps not so fresh, yeah. Because I remember he showed how his hands looked after the endurance race, and it was absolutely bruised and battered. So maybe he's still recovering from that.
Yeah, Adinanta has now gone up to quickest, 1:39.2. So that didn't take him long once he got back on track.
Veda as well now into the 139s, 139.819 for Veda Iga. So 10 riders now under 0.6 of a second. Adinanta Putra up to the top of 139.278. And he's improving again in Sector 1. There's Veda now. Behind him is Dimasaki Pratama. two Hondas, one of the new generation and one of the close to legend status.
Yeah, that's it. And yeah, Vida a little bit in the way, I think.
Yeah, it looked like Dimas was a bit faster through that section.
Yeah. Might be a good guy to follow. Vida's got his own plan. He will have been a bit frustrated sitting out pre-practice 1.
Yeah, it's a lot of valuable time lost for Veda. For both Veda and Dimas Eki. Looking exacted times. Veda, it's not really an improvement in any sectors. And Dimas as well. Of course, both of them not setting any faster lap times. We still have 8.5 minutes left, so plenty of time for them to try and improve their times.
Yeah, this should be a good stint from Vida if he's really going to, as he trundles off. Quite sure what that meant.
Yeah, there's something hanging off the back of Vida's bike there. Don't think it's affecting his riding too much, but spotted him just now.
So he just slotted back in front of Dimaseki.
This is a great shot here. This is cameraman positioned up on a hill.
And 3.
Into turn 10 and 11 now, I believe, and Veda still leading Dimas. I think Veda wanted Dimas to not follow, and then Dimas decided no thanks. Would love a toe.
Yeah, they were kind of looking polite, but I think the teeth might have been gritted there behind the visor.
Said Veda as well. And, if we're looking just on this lap itself, it looks like he has certain strengths in the flowy turns of this Mandalika International Circuit. Improves again at 139.260. So consistent is Adinanta Putra.
Yeah, as we've seen.
Track temperatures right now, the hottest has been so far today, 51.4 degrees Celsius.
It's gone up about 1 degree since the start of the session.
Air-wise is about 29 degrees Celsius, so if you're under the shade, there's a nice cool breeze. Under the sun, you will feel the heat a bit.
Yeah, it is really nice if you come from a steamy hot place like KL or Bangkok. This weather feels really fresh. There's Tanat. Great session from him. It's 32 hundredths off the best time of Adinanta.
Great from the 600 class. We saw it in Motegi where the racing did get closer in the 250s and the 600s, and right now timing wise, the top 10 split by just 0.6 of a second. It's really, really good. About 5.5 minutes remaining as we follow Tanat as he completes his out lap, begins his flying lap right around now.
Yeah, I forgot to speak then, but I was watching his line through turns 15 and 16, just to make it such a smooth curve through there. Here he is in turn 1.
He does look quite calm and composed, doesn't he? Like the way he's handling his bike around Mandalika.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean his rider coach is Ratapark Willera. 2 brothers there, of course. They were part of a Honda dynasty until Ratapong left and went to Yamaha a few years back, much to to the shock of the racing establishment in Thailand. But worked out okay. He took the championship for them. And trying to take a championship for Yamaha this time around is Apiwat Montananon. So he's got a little bit more pace than Reza Danica, who's the rider just in front of him. In Motegi, we didn't see Apiwat really quick in free practice. He just seemed to get faster, he was patient. The peak of his powers now, probably must be maybe 29 years old, something like that. He's really matured.
Yeah, Apiwat, he's a brilliant rider. He just knows exactly what he sets out to do every time he goes out. You can see it in Motegi. He struggled early on, then slowly started finding improvements little by little. And in the race, he was just an absolute force.
Yeah, second in a win. Those battles with Kenga were brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Worth another watch.
And you could see even after the race, they had a huge amount of respect for each other. They were both happy that, I think they enjoyed it as much as we did.
Yeah, I think they did, and it takes a bit to earn the respect of Apiwat. He does like to put people in their place. Great, always been good at mind games.
Oh, you know, Groho, now he's just gone up a bit, up into 10th, 139.7. So now we have 12 riders within 0.6 of a second. This is properly close.
Brilliant stuff. So, yeah, you might be down, like in Kengo Nagao's case, looking down in 11th, but then you think about the quality of them as a racer, and then you can look forward to something special. We've got, I think, when that's it. Abi Pratama. Astra Honda have given themselves plenty of chances for glory this weekend. Helmi Asman, who we said has been a little bit quiet in this session, has just gone quickest with a 1:39.195. Helmi won race 1 here last year, so he has got form, and there he is, number 32 for Idemitsu Bunshu Honda. He must be into his 5th season in this class. It's difficult to calculate because of COVID, but
yeah, it should be about 5th season for him.
I think he came in 2019.
Helmi's a rider who was very eager on the bike. You can see now he's just got that sense of maturity that Azure found early on. It's really good to see the pairing of them.
Yeah, absolutely top quality. They know each other at an instinctive, sixth sense level.
Yeah, both of them really good friends back in Malaysia, and they train together, they race for the same team together now. It's a pairing that's really worked for Bunshu Honda. And they've had the struggles for the past few seasons, so they'll be looking for better days. For now, Helmi really showing up, 39.1 for him.
Yeah, currently 1st and 4th, but just 3/10 between them.
Quick shout out to Xia Juntong as well. He's only 2.4 away from the top. So in comparison to practice 1, Xia Juntong is about 4 seconds away. He's improved by close to 2 seconds. Very good showing from Xia Juntong.
Vida 1:39.6, just less than half a second off the top. It's looking good. So even there we go. Apiwat 1:39.102, almost a tenth quicker than Helmi's hitherto best time. But we are there with Helmi and Azroid. They might have an answer for Apiwat. Maybe not this time. Oh, checkered flags out. That went fast.
This session did go by good. I think it's just really good. A really good battle time-wise between a lot of the riders, and it's been a good practice session to watch. Gives us a bit of a taste of what we're going to see, and it's starting to look really exciting.
Yeah, one more session to come today. It was Reza Danica who topped the first session. It looks very much, because I don't think there's enough pace here for the Bunshu brothers, let's call them, to overturn them. In fact, Azroy just drops to 5th. But as you said, Daniel, really close.
Dimas and Veda switch positions there. Dimas, you can just see what's tailing behind Veda. So Dimas' plan went well.
Certainly did. Well, as you said, Daniel, that was a really absorbing session. Here are the results. Coming in late to upset everybody else on track, as he loves to do. Apiwat Wongtanan on 1:39.102. Helmi Asman was next up for Idemitsu Bunshu Honda. Adinanta Putra, early crash but came back strongly, 1:39.2 for him. Planat Long Pliao, another good session for the young Thai, was 4th. Azroy was 5th. Dimas Eki, another good session from the very experienced and welcome back wildcard for MS Gloferman Racing Team. Vida Egger was 7th, and McKinley Carl Paz was 8th. Less than 0.6 of a second off the fastest time for Kyle. Reza Danica, 1st in session 1, 9th in free practice 2 for Astra Honda. Wayuna Groho, another slightly quiet session for the Indonesian, was 10th. 11th, the wild card for Astra Honda, Fadila RB Pratama. Kengo Nagao was 12th, although not that much slower than Apiwat at the top. Kiatisak Singapong for Honda Racing Thailand was 13th. And Shajun Tong for Victor Racing Team, his best time was 1:49.628. He was 14th. And that brings us to about the halfway point. We're just over in this 13 free practice session day. That means that we're going to take a break for lunch. When we come back, it'll be 1:30 local time, and it will be with the ASB 1000s. So that's in about an hour from now. So thank you for being with us this morning. I'll just confirm the schedule now. So there you have it, the break coming up now. And we'll be back this afternoon at 1:30. So join us then for more action, starting off with the ASB 1000s. We're at Mandalika for round 4 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
Idemitsu IRG7, race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7.